Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hi there. Hi there. We're getting a little late start. I'm Elaine Gardner. I'm the designated federal officer for the Disability Advisory Committee. And welcome to all of you. Welcome especially to those of you who are new to the Disability Advisory Committee. We're going to go ahead and get started. There has been apparently some traffic problems on the Beltway for those of you from out of town. This is nothing new for us, but you'll notice that the tent cards for local people, a lot of them are not here. I think that that's the problem. So we're going to go ahead and get started, and Greg is going to say a few words, and then I'm going to move on to some of the logistical questions that some of you had before we really get started. Greg?
Thank you, Elaine, and good morning, everyone. I'm Greg Leibach. I am the Chief of the Disability Rights Office here at the FCC. Welcome to the third Disability Advisory Committee meeting. Today is a special day because we have both our meeting and the recognition of the 5th anniversary of the passage of the CVAA, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, on this exact date, October 8th of 2010. It's been precisely 5 years today. So it's a very auspicious time for us to be meeting. And we will also have a brief celebration this afternoon in some way just after lunch. I know you all have a full plate that you'll be dealing with for the course of today, so we want to jump right in. I would like to propose that next time we have the meeting perhaps in Middle America, then we can improve our attendance and timeliness. That way everyone may be able to make it. I know traffic in D.C. is completely unpredictable. I think we're going to start out with quick roll call, so to speak. We all know each other, but we want to make sure that we know who is actually in attendance. And we will start off to my left and go around the table. Please share your name and your affiliation. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Susie Rosen-Singleton, and I'm with the Federal Communications Commission Disability Rights Office.
Good morning. This is Sam Yale with SSB BART Group.
Maggie Nygren, American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities.
Tifa Tupwala from American Samoa, representing Association for University Center on Disabilities.
Hannah Thompson, consumer.
Matt Gerst with CTIA, the Wireless Association.
Lisa Ekman with the American Association of People with Disabilities.
Everett Bacon with the National Federation of the Blind.
Lee Knife with the Digital Media Association.
Excuse me, this is Elaine. For the benefit of the interpreters, can you slow down a little bit between introductions? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Jeff Kramer, Verizon.
Alex Reynolds, Consumer Electronics Association.
Joshua Pilot, National Association of Broadcasters.
Anne Marie Rohali, Microsoft Corporation, representing the Telecommunications Industry Association.
Paul Michaelis with Avaya in Denver, Colorado.
Good morning. I'm Ron Bibler, a consumer from Montana. Tim Cregan, U.S. Access Board.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech, Rehabilitation Engineering Research Center.
Tony Dunn with Intrado.
Good morning, everyone. This is Richard Ray from the City of Los Angeles Department on Disabilities. Oh, and good morning. My name is Christian Vogler. I work at Gallaudet University.
Good morning. I'm Zainab El-Kebsi, and I'm the policy attorney at the National Association of the Deaf.
This is Jamie Taylor with Deafblind Citizens in Action.
Good morning. I'm Marcia Brooks from Perkins School for the Blind.
Good morning. I'm Brenda Kelly Fry from the National State Relay Administration, NASRA.
Good morning. Eric Bridges with the American Council of the Blind.
Good morning. Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind. Oh, by all means.
Jill Luckett with the National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Cheryl King with the Federal Communications Commission, Disability Rights Office.
Gay Jones, Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination.
Karen Feld-Strauss, Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and I just wanted to also welcome you all here. This is an incredibly exciting day for us, especially those of us that worked on the CVAA on the outside. So I just want to start off by saying happy anniversary. I don't think there's a single person in this room that didn't play an incredibly important role in that, the passage of the act and its implementation. I'll be giving a few words later as well, but I just wanted to tell you that I'm elated to be able to share this with all of you here in this room today. So thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone, and welcome again. A few logistical, and I'm glad to see that the Susan Mazrui is here. A few logistical announcements before we even begin. First, for those of you who would like to join the FCC Wireless for today, the password is FCC82330. And that's posted on these little cards as well. There are restrooms straight out the door that's on your right as you leave, and then take a sharp left. So now I was planning to take things a little bit out of order and just talk a little bit about some of the questions that some of you had about voting and other procedures in your subcommittees and for the committee as a whole. But I wanted to welcome Susan Mazrui again, and
my apologies.
You're not the only one who is inconvenienced by the traffic this morning. I had received a lot of questions about voting protocol for the DAC and for the subcommittees, and so I just wanted to go through this really quickly. We're generally following Robert's Rules of Orders, and we generally are using the same rules for the DAC and for its subcommittees and for its working groups. So this is pretty simple and pretty basic. A quorum includes the chair and co-chairs, and it's a simple majority of the group as a whole. It's not half plus one or anything fancy. It's just a simple majority. Again, and also votes are is constituted by a simple majority of the quorum. So and the co-chairs and chairs can vote on that. So it's simply anything more than half of the votes cast equals passage. So when I say votes cast, that means people who have voted. So if there is an abstention, that does not affect the vote calculation in any way. It does not affect the vote outcome, and it shouldn't be perceived as negative. there are people members of the DAC who will not vote on every issue. That sometimes reflects the lack of familiarity with the issue or perhaps a conflict. So this is something that we should anticipate, and it's not a negative. It shouldn't not be perceived negatively at all. Then to turn to the full DAC meetings. We had been trying different methods of taking votes, but I think we all agree that the best, most accessible way for us to vote at the full DAC meeting is to vote individually, one person at a time, to state their name, their affiliation, and their vote, so that every member, including the blind members, have access to the voting. And that's what we'll do today. And then finally, any reports that are to be considered by the full DAC, any prepared written materials out of the subcommittees or out of a working group, or any changes to written materials have to be given to me at least 1 week in advance of the full meeting so that we make sure that everything is fully accessible. I think you've all pretty much been following that, but I just want to reiterate that. Thank you.
We have a question from Larry Goldberg about the dial-in number, so if you can announce that again.
Well, I can announce that we don't. I can announce that we don't have a dial-in number. From the beginning of the DAC, we decided we really wanted people to attend the meetings. There is no way to attend the meeting remotely. You can observe the meeting through FCC Live, and that's fully accessible with open captions. But there is no way to attend the meeting remotely. So there is no dial-in number. Sorry.
So we have Claude, who's just joined us as well, and we'll go ahead with the overview of the recommendations. Have we done the roundtable already? Okay, great. Okay, so why don't we welcome Cheryl King to talk about the recommendations from the wireless emergency alerts, on wireless emergency alerts.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, if you will recall, the DAC's Emergency Communications Subcommittee voted to endorse a CSRIC working group recommendation on amendments for the wireless emergency alert. CSRIC is the Communications Reliability and Interoperability Council. And then the full DAC also voted to accept the recommendation of the subcommittee and to endorse the report. And so I'm happy to report that the FCC's Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau is preparing a notice of proposed rulemaking to incorporate many of the issues from that report that we endorsed. We don't have a date for it to be on the Commission's agenda yet, but the work is progressing and it will occur hopefully before the end of the year. And when it does, the Emergency Communications Subcommittee intends to prepare comments for the record, and they will bring that then to the full DAC for follow-up. So, are there any questions? Okay. Back to you, Susan.
Okay, and next we will have Greg Leibach talking about the recommendation on VRS speed of answer.
Thank you, Susan. I will be giving you an update about the DAC subcommittee's recommendation. In fact, the DAC Relay and Equipment Distribution Program subcommittee's recommendation, which was voted on by the full Disability Advisory Committee at the June 23rd meeting to move forward with a recommendation to the Commission to strengthen the video relay service speed of answer standards. Speed of answer standards started with the 6 VRS providers joint petition back in spring. I believe this was in March. They made a recommendation that, along with other recommendations, also included VRS rate freezing recommendation, among other improvements to the service, allowing the use of deaf interpreters in video relay service, allowing interpreters to work from home. There are a number of different recommendations that were part of that petition, and one of those the DAC has officially endorsed, which was to strengthen the requirement for speed of answer from the current requirement, which is that all VRS calls must be answered within 120 seconds. I'm sorry, I apologize. The current rule is 80% of all calls must be answered within 120 seconds, and that is measured on a monthly basis. They recommended that this be changed to still 80% of all calls, but then must be answered within 45 seconds as opposed to 120 seconds, again to be measured on a monthly basis. This was the recommendation that was presented and is under consideration. We are actively looking into this recommendation at this time. I can't detail particularly what is in the document, but there is a document currently under consideration. It is on circulation in the building for our commissioners to consider their potential votes about VRS rate and service levels, and including this speed of answer requirement. And that is currently being looked into by the commission and the commissioner, and that is all I can report about that at this time.
Hello, this is Claude speaking. Are there any questions for Craig and his comments? Seeing none, we will move along to our first subcommittee report and recommendations from the Communications Subcommittee, Ms. Mesrui.
And I want to first thank all the folks who worked on the Advanced Communications Subcommittee, and particularly on the New and Emerging Technologies Working Group. I'm wondering if Matt is in the room. Matt Gerst, is he here? Okay, great. Sorry about that, Matt. This is what happens when you're late. Next time, we're very careful to make sure that they had industry and disability organizations represented. Now we just have to make sure we have two different traffic patterns. And I apologize for us being late. Just a quick overview, and then I'm going to ask you to go ahead and read the recommendation for us. Our sense was that one of the challenges with new and emerging technologies is that they happen so quickly. That really for industry and for consumers and for the FCC, as well as other federal agencies, to fully understand the potential, we need to kind of get ahead of the curve. So this is our attempt to make sure that we are trying to think in a proactive way. We're forward thinking, and we're trying to predict and work together to find the best possibilities to expand what technology can do specifically for people with disabilities, and what technology challenges may be out there, and to address them before they're actually rolled out in the market. So Matt, can I go ahead and ask you to read the full recommendation for the group, please?
Okay. Matt Gerst with CTIA. So I guess I'm going to read through the full recommendation from the Subcommittee on Communications from its New and Emerging Technologies Working Group. Recommendation doesn't have a title, but it is starts off with a number of whereas clauses. And it starts off, whereas accessible and usable technology is critical for persons with disabilities to fully participate in all parts of civil society, from education to employment to civic engagement. Whereas new and emerging communications technologies offer new opportunities of accessibility for persons with disabilities, such as speech-to-text, real-time text communications, video-enabled communication, and high-definition audio. Whereas new and emerging user interface technologies offer new or additional opportunities of accessibility for persons with disabilities. Whereas new and emerging communications technologies that had objectives unrelated to accessibility can be leveraged for the benefit of people with disabilities. Whereas the Federal Communications Commission can help to further awareness and encourage efforts to design and develop these new and emerging technologies that are accessible to and usable by people with disabilities. Whereas consumers with disabilities, organizations, and agencies addressing the needs of persons with disabilities, and regulators require timely and knowledgeable tools and resources to understand and learn about these new and emerging technologies in order to better inform consumers and adopt policies that address both the advantages and barriers that new technologies present. Whereas the Commission has the responsibility of ensuring a rapid, efficient, nationwide communications service for all citizens and ensuring the access of persons with disabilities to telecommunications and advanced communications. Okay, now I'll read the recommended clauses. Recommended, the Commission should develop its capability to research and analyze new and emerging technologies and best practices to further awareness and encourage efforts to design and develop these new technologies to be accessible, such as hosting forums, workshops, or other stakeholder meetings, directly engage innovators, engineers, and researchers, and publish reports that promote accessible design and development. Recommended that the Commission should engage and, where appropriate, partner with standards bodies working on emerging technology, the relevant specialized industry trade associations, and technology developers to encourage factoring accessibility and usability into their work outside of a regulatory framework. Recommended the Commission should coordinate efforts between its relevant bureaus and offices as needed, and partner with industry and consumer stakeholders on efforts that would promote accessibility and usability of new and emerging technologies. Further recommended, in order for the Commission to stay up to date on accessibility issues with new and emerging technologies, the Commission should engage a wide range of contributors and stakeholders, such as industry, innovators, the Disability Advisory Committee, organizations with accessibility and usability expertise in the disability and aging communities, and, as appropriate, other public safety agencies that may also benefit from this effort, including but not limited to the Department of Justice, Department of Education, Library of Congress, U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Administration for Community Living, and the Access Board. And finally, recommended that the Commission should update the Disability Advisory Committee on these efforts within 1 year.
First of all, this is Susan again, and I just wanted to thank Matt Gerst and Blake Reed for helping herd some cats and try to get the language in a way that captured a lot of really great ideas from the technology working group. I also want to thank Mark Reichert for his assistance in this effort as well. I think it might be easiest if we go over this or any questions that you may have with starting out with the whereases and get a sense if people are comfortable or have some thoughts around that. And I'm going to hand it over to my co-chair to field the questions.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell?
Hi, this is Helena. And I want to say this is a great, great report. The one reason that I think is even more important than ever is because I'm a member of some European groups. And on the back of their major industry publication, they actually had language similar to this to show that they're really enforcing and endorsing this type of activity. So this is great for us.
Any other person would like to comment or questions about Susan's report and the recommendations? Yes, Karen?
First of all, I want to thank you. I also agree this is excellent. It sets the stage for what I think the Commission should be doing as well. And I think we've been doing a lot of these things. Or at least, hopefully, you have the understanding that we've been trying to do a lot of these things. So my only question would be whether there are specific actions that you would like us to do, any concrete proposals. I mean, I think that we can go back to some of the bureaus and to the chairman's office and explore our own ideas about how we can put this into practice even more than we've been doing. But I guess I just want to say that we're open to any specific and concrete suggestions you might have in the immediate future and in the coming months, especially the coming year.
Susan.
Oh, Matt, do you want to
go ahead,
first?
Susan. I'll follow up.
Okay.
If needed.
I think you can see from the recommendations that are here that we recognize the importance of the leadership role really the FCC has. We were attempting not to be too prescriptive, but to say we think it's absolutely essential that the world of technology today is best addressed by effective partnerships who have the same end goal, which is to provide the best technology out there to as many people as possible, and to make sure that we have the opportunity to utilize the technology in new ways of access. So we've kind of stepped away from specifics, thinking that you all would know, but we really do want to urge you to take this, and not just you within the Disability Rights Office, but the whole FCC, to understand that there's bits and pieces of work that everyone could do in the areas they're in. Accessibility is not just a one business unit, one division job. It really is something. It affects your standards. It affects the technology in a technological sense. It affects how it's rolled out to people. It affects all the other issues that go with it. So we're trying to encourage enhanced knowledge base, direction, and coordination.
And if I could just respond, I think that's superb. And I think that it's extremely valuable for a committee that's as prestigious as this, that's as knowledgeable as this, and that's made up of as varied an assembly of stakeholders as this, to send this message to the Commission for purposes of longevity. So I thank you for that.
Matt, I know you. I recognize you, and after you, we will recognize Ron.
Great. Matt Gerst with CTIA. Thank you. I agree with everything that Susan addressed, and also thank you, Karen, for your invitation, because I think the next steps of this subcommittee are a little bit unclear because we've come up with 2 recommendations, and it's not clear yet what we would focus on. But I think there's an opportunity for, if the Commission's interested in looking at certain technologies, to come to our committee with those ideas, and maybe we can help to prioritize and say these are the things that we think that you all should be focusing on. I think that would probably be a good use of our time collectively. So thank you for that invitation.
That's appropriate. Thank you.
Ron?
This is Ron Pibler speaking. And Karen, I think one thing that this recommendation is working with is trying to point out that if it involves communication, then we think the FCC should run with that. It's not necessarily a Department of Justice issue. Because I've run into a number of situations where the FCC says that doesn't really apply to us. It's a DOJ issue. Well, this recommendation, because it involves communication, whether it is print media or internet or anything, it's communication to accessibility. We would like the FCC to take the leadership role.
Well, what? Does anybody else like to comment? Any hands?
So
Karen?
I'm just thinking out loud, and I think that maybe a subgroup of some of you, it might be worth having you come in and meet with me and a few others at the Commission to try to, at least for now, focus in on some emerging technologies. We'll be talking a little bit later about a major one that we've already taken some action on and we'll be doing more on. So to help implement this resolution, this recommendation, I think that may be a step forward. So you'll be contacted in the next few weeks about that.
And Mark, if you're comfortable with it, we'd be more than happy to step up to the plate on that. Okay, sounds great. Just want to make sure that, are there any modifications or concerns about the recommendations at all, or the wording in this, that we need to address before a vote?
Seeing no requests for edits, I would suggest that somebody make a motion that we approve the Advanced Communication Services Subcommittee's report and to put forth their recommendations. Do I hear a motion? Richard? Is there a second?
I move that we adopt the report as written.
Was there a second? Yes. Jeff, hello. Jeff seconds your motion. Any discussion on Richard's motion?
And for the vote, what we will do, if there's no further discussion, is actually go around the room if we're okay with going clockwise, starting, I guess, after Karen. Any other discussions?
So that means you, correct, Susan? You're going to begin the vote?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so bad. I meant counterclockwise. Sorry, I should end. I think you know how to vote.
Okay, so that would be...
Who's next to... Who's...
Okay. So, let me clarify the procedural issue. For each individual who will be voting, please give us your name, your organizational affiliation, and your vote, whether you are for it or opposed to it. And then pause for the next individual to cast their vote. So we will begin with Ms. Gay Jones.
Or abstain.
Oh, not. So that means...
I'm not a voting member.
Okay. Jill. I thought you were a consumer, sorry.
Jill Luckett, National Cable and Telecommunications Association, in favor.
Just Mark Reichert playing with a microphone. Just ignore me. Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, proudly votes yes.
Eric Bridges, American Council of the Blind, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry, National Association of State Relay Administration, votes yes.
Marsha Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deaf Blind Citizens in Action, yes.
Good morning, Eddie Martinez, representing Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind. I'm sorry that I arrived a little bit late to the meeting, but I will go ahead and vote yes. Zainab Al-Kebsi, National Association of the Deaf, voting in favor. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University, Rehab Engineering Research Center, voting in favor. Richard Ray, City of Los Angeles Department on Disabilities, voting in favor.
Tony Dunn, Entrado, voting in favor.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech Wireless RERC, yes.
Jim Cregan, U.S. Access Board, we're not a voting member.
Juan Pablo, consumer, voting in favor.
Paul Michaelis with Avaya, voting yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, voting yes. Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunications Industry Association, voting yes.
Joshua Paila, National Association of Broadcasters, voting yes.
Sabrina Fields, Telecommunication Equipment Distribution Program Association, voting in favor.
Alex Reynolds, Consumer Electronics Association, voting in favor.
Jeff Kramer, Verizon, voting in favor.
Lee Knife from the Digital Media Association, voting in favor.
Everett Bacon with the National Federation of the Blind, voting in favor.
Lisa Ekman with the American Association of People with Disabilities, voting in favor.
Matt Gerst with CTIA, the Wireless Association, voting in favor.
Abe Raffi from the ARC, voting yes.
Hannah Thompson, Consumer, voting in favor.
Tafad Tupuola from the Association of University Center on Disability, voting in favor.
Maggie Nygren, American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, voting in favor.
Hello, Carrie Cook with the National Black Deaf Advocates, and we are voting in favor.
Sam Yale with SSB Bark Group, votes yes.
Okay, and Susan, you are casting the last vote.
Susan Masrui, AT&T, yes.
Obviously, the vote is overwhelmingly in favor of the recommendations. Congratulations to the subcommittee. We were supposed to have a break at 10:20. However, we are way ahead on our program. So, Elaine, what would you like to suggest we do?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be right back.
Hi there. Yeah, we're way ahead. It's because we have such great recommendations that there's no opposition. Everybody's in favor. I would like to just take this time right now just to talk about a summit that's coming up at the FCC. It's a function of the Disability Advisory Committee, and there's a working group working hard on this summit composed of members of the Disability Advisory Committee. I think I spoke about this a little bit last time and got some volunteers. It's a cognitive disability summit, a summit on the telecommunication needs of people with cognitive disabilities, and it's coming up on October 28th. It's pretty much a full-day summit. It's comprised of 4 panels. The panels will be on independent living, telecommunication needs for independent living, on the safety implications for people with cognitive disabilities and telecommunications, on access and funding for equipment for telecommunication and services for telecommunications for people with disabilities that are cognitive in nature. And then finally, there's going to be a panel just to discuss the next steps. What can we do? What can the Commission do? What is needed to be done legislatively, or any other next steps that are needed to ensure that telecommunication needs of people with cognitive disabilities are met? So we're real excited about this summit. At the same time as the summit, there will also be in the same room an expo, a very small expo of some equipment, some apps, some software that has been developed recently that we think is exciting, that will address some of these needs. So that I just wanted to throw that out there and let you know that that's coming up on October 28th. It's open to the public, and please get the news out. We're real excited about it. We've never done anything like this before. I think now it would be a good time to take a break. We have coming up, we have a demonstration of real-time text, and we have a lot of exciting reports and recommendations to hear. But I don't think I mentioned before that for those of you who haven't noticed, we have a real nice spread over there of coffee and pastries and fruit provided to us through the generosity of AT&T, and so please take a minute and get yourself a cup of coffee and a pastry. Thanks.
And this is Susan. I just want to thank the committee for all the work they did to put together this upcoming summit on October 28th, both at the FCC and from the Disability Advisory Committee. So thank you very much, and enjoy your break. What time do we come back?
Why don't we come back at 10?
10 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, hello everybody. We have a slight change to our program today. We're not going to do the demonstration of real-time text yet. We'll save that for a little bit later. We're switching the order, and we are going to hear a report from the Video Programming Subcommittee first. So could we please have Lisa Hamlin and Tom Widlowski. I see Lisa, so I'll turn it over to you.
Not make it. Tom could not make it today. He had a family emergency, but Lisa's here.
Hello, I'm on. Okay, this is Lisa Hamlin. Thank you. And I was told to make this a little bit longer. To make sure that we fill in our time here. So I'm going to ask all the members to chime in. I made a short report because I thought that would be better. So I'll ask members to chime in anything they remember. I'm also, Tom is watching the video as far as I know, but can't bridge in, and neither can Blake Reed, who is also a member of our committee. I'm sorry we couldn't have them bridged in. Did you want to say something about that, Elaine?
Hi. Thank you. When we first initiated the Disability Advisory Committee, we had decided that we did not want remote participation to be possible because we wanted people to get together 3 times a year. So we have never had a bridge-in system. We've never allowed people to join through teleconference. We do have the FCC live feed so that people can watch the meetings. Now, this is something maybe at some point we want to think about again. But when we initiated the DAC, we really did want people to get to know each other, and we thought if we allowed bridging in, that just wouldn't happen. So anyway, that's my answer. There isn't any telebridge.
Okay, this is Lisa again. Maybe we should put that, if we have time on new business, as maybe a little discussion about whether or not we want bridge, or you want this to be an FCC decision.
I've been told it's an FCC decision, but we'll give it some thought.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So the video programming subcommittee works on 2 areas. We have 2 working groups. One works on captioning and the other on video description. And I have a brief report that Tom sent in, so I'll read that. But I would like then for Sam or other members of the committee to join in to give us a little bit more background on what's happening with video description. So Tom says, since the June DAC meeting, the working group, Video Description Working Group, has received presentations from Grace Note and TV Media, 2 TV listing data providers. This research will help inform a recommendation that is planned for the DAC to consider at the February meeting. The working groups will also be considering additional recommendations beyond the TV listings, possibly in time for the February DAC meeting. And so that's all he wrote. So if anybody, Sam or anyone else from the committee, would like to chime in.
Sam? Good morning. This is Sam. So we had 2 presentations, one from Grace Note and one from TV Media, and they gave us information on how they obtain their TV listing data for the various networks and broadcast station affiliates. They also explained how they obtain information about which shows include video description and how that flag is set within their data stream. And so in speaking with these various aggregators, we have identified some common issues to the accuracy of the data. Primarily that when they obtain the information from the station, directly from the stations and from the networks, that there's some question arises as to how the video description information gets passed along, who is providing that information, and how that gets incorporated in. And so we are trying to identify some common issues to inform this and we're looking into a couple of areas. One of them is providing a centralized listing that individuals can turn to know which shows include video description on television. And the other issue we're looking into is how to improve the accuracy of the data that's being provided as to which shows include video description, because right now some of the listings do contain some inaccuracies. Shows tend to be overrepresented or underrepresented in terms of whether they are described. And then we are exploring some other issues. For example, the FCC has the ability to increase the amount of video description which airs on television beginning in July, and so we are considering that as to whether we would be making a recommendation to the DAC to pursue this or make a recommendation to the Commission around the NPRM, or whether we would provide feedback on that. So those are some of the issues that we're discussing right now and working on currently.
This is Joshua Paila.
Josh wants to speak next, please. For a mic, please.
It's Joshua Paila, National Association of the Broadcasters. I want to thank everyone else on the subcommittee for what has been a great progress on moving forward on this video description information collection is the best way I would describe it. And I think that what we've seen is that there's a lot of data impurities, and we're looking forward to talking to a couple more groups in addition to the ones we've already spoken to, and try and figure out where along the process that we can clean up that data, and that will allow consumers to have a better understanding of what programming is video described. I know that as a general counsel of a television company, one of the questions I get the most from consumers about video description is, when is it on? And inaccuracies in that data on the TV listing services can be difficult. And so we're looking forward to, as a consensus group, tackling that issue in the next couple of months.
Is there anyone else from the committee, the working group, who would like to comment on video description? Okay, I want to thank all the people working on that committee. They've done a great job, and I appreciate, and not only that, for in the last meeting that you had a great, from what I heard, a really good session on open session for getting information together. So thank you for all your work. Moving on to the captioning working group. David Bahar, who is chairing that group, is also not here today, and he sent me a brief summary also. His summary was that he has been working with Alex Reynolds of CEA and Zinab of NAD. And Zinab, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. Forgive me. You can tell everybody the correct pronunciation. But they've been working together to produce the first draft of a report outlining the status and current coverage of IP caption video, which includes the collection of feedback on the initial draft and identified a need for data collection to inform recommendations. This report went to after the three people started the draft, the rest of the committee took a look, and we realized that we had a number of comments coming in. Heather York, who I guess is also not here, I don't see her, also had some comments. Oh, she is here. Hi, Heather. Hey, Heather. She had some good comments to add to it. And so we realized that we were not ready for recommendations for this meeting. We're moving forward. It's still very much a work in progress. We're looking to really look at caption quality and timing and accuracy. We're also looking at things like the availability of captioners and what we can do about that, or what recommendations we might be able to make. The ease of accessing captioning features on set-top boxes is another thing that we may well include. And we're looking at other issues as well. These issues are recommendations that might go forward also after we finish the one report on the status of IP. I'm sorry, because I read two paragraphs together here. But after we look at the IP draft, we'll look at these other issues, which is caption quality, captioners, the availability of captioners, the ease of accessing captioning features on set-top boxes, and the captioning availability in airports and hotel-provided video. Although I just saw that the DOT has just put out recommendations on airport captioning in airports themselves, so I'm happy to see that. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, and we may provide recommendations in February and also in the coming months as DAC moves on. Is there anybody else from the captioning committee? And I think if you had something, Heather, you could come to the table too if you wanted to speak to any of the recommendations that I may have left out or made a mistake about in the captioning report. Okay, well, that is it for me. I made a short report, so I hope that's okay. Thank you, Claude. And I want to thank all the members of the captioning committee as well.
Any other questions for Lisa and her committee and their report? Seeing none, thank you very much, Lisa. I will now turn it over to Susan.
And I also want to express my thanks to the subcommittee. The issues of captioning and video description are incredibly complex, and we look forward to hearing more from you in February. Next, we are going to talk about real-time text. We're going to start with a review of the waiver, which Karen will provide, and then we will have a demonstration. So, Karen?
Thank you. So, as many of you know, this past Tuesday, the FCC released a waiver order in response to a petition filed by AT&T, and what I'd like to do is to go over in fairly significant detail what this waiver order entails. I'm going to assume that most of you have not read it. And the reason I'm doing this is because this was a very challenging waiver order to draft. It's not every day that we're asked to waive what is essentially decades of rules requiring accessibility to a newly developed technology. And so it was very carefully thought out. 4 bureaus at the Commission took part in the preparation of this document and in the thinking that went through, that we had to go through to reach the result that we did. The Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, the Wireless Bureau, the Wireline Bureau, and the Public Safety Bureau and Homeland Security Bureau. In addition, of course, to our Office of General Counsel and our Office of the Chairman. So, again, this was something that needed very, very careful thought, and we're hoping that we reach the right balance in adopting the waiver order. By way of background, AT&T filed 2 petitions on June 12th of this year. The first one requested rulemaking, the FCC to initiate a rulemaking proceeding that would authorize the substitution of real-time text as an alternative accessibility solution to TTY technology for use in an IP-based wireless environment. At the same time, on the same day, they filed a petition asking that we temporarily waive our requirements to support TTY technology for wireless devices and services on voice over Internet Protocol networks during the pendency of that rulemaking and until real-time text is fully deployed. So in our thinking, we first looked at, the initial step that we took was to come to you, as you know, And you all formed an ad hoc committee and immediately got to work on the development of recommendations. And we'll be hearing about those a little bit later on. But I want to thank you again for your diligence and fast, incredibly speedy work in approaching this issue and in delivering. So, again, I'm looking forward to hearing those recommendations. We also released a public notice because we felt like this was not a waiver that we could just decide on our own. Again, it was, we didn't take lightly the fact that it would be suspending accessibility requirements for a new technology. And so we put out the waiver request for public notice on July 24th. We established a 45-day comment period. And the reason that we did that, it was 30 days for the initial comments, I think 15 days for the replies. And the reason, again, that we did this is because of the significance of what we were about to do. We received those comments. I believe the comment period closed sometime at the beginning of September, and we immediately got to work in drafting the waiver order. One thing that we were really pleased about was that the comments were fairly uniform. We were actually delighted to know that everyone supported the waiver. Generally, there was one commenter that wanted us to wait until the rulemaking proceeding had been completed, but everybody seemed in support of this migration to real-time text away from TTY technology, and really virtually everyone was in favor of suspending the TTY technology requirements for the time being. So we concluded that there were major technical barriers to supporting TTY transmissions over IP networks. This was, again, demonstrated in the record, the slow speed, the half-duplex mode, the use of antiquated Baudot, that's B-A-U-D-O-T, the text encoding standard that doesn't even include all of the characters now used in text communications. And what we found in the record was that all of these problems that had actually already existed in legacy analog networks over the public switch telephone network, when used with IP networks, were even aggravated. The problems were multiplied. And this was due in part to the inability of TTY tones to travel well, and I'm quoting from one of the commenters, using IP audio compression, transmission, and packet loss repair techniques without introducing text errors. So there was also general agreement that TTY use has decreased substantially. We were able to see this ourselves in the declining number of TTY-based TRS, that's Telecommunications Relay Service minutes, that are reported out by our TRS fund administrators. So literally it was a graph, the line graph showed a steep decline over the last just even 2 to 5 years. Yet despite these trends, we know that some people with communication disabilities still continue to rely on TTYs. And of particular concern to us was the reliance on TTYs for access to 911 services. So we looked, again, very carefully at whether there are alternatives. What we decided, what we concluded, was that partially based also because of a 2013 survey conducted by the Rehabilitation Engineering Research Center on Wireless Access, that so few people were using TTYs to access not only mobile services but 911 services, that if we were to grant the waiver, the impact on the inability of consumers with hearing or speech disabilities to access 911 services over these new IP-based wireless services was going to be very insignificant. So it was with that in mind that we decided that the waiver was merited. We also agreed that even if consumers were to try to use it, the poor performance of TTY technology in an IP environment, again, including that packet loss and the problems of compression techniques that can distort TTY tones, made use of this technology in an IP environment not only frustrating, but we agreed with consumers who characterized it as potentially a danger in an emergency. We also looked at what other alternatives people with disabilities, hearing and speech disabilities, can have if they don't have access to TTYs over IP wireless networks, and we we determined, well, there's still access over analog networks, obviously, and to a limited extent, and I emphasize this, the ability to call text, the ability to use text to 911. It's getting rolled out, but it's still not completely there, and IP-based forms of TRS. And again, I emphasize the limited ability because that is an indirect method. It is not the preferred method of 911 access. So, but collectively, all of these different options, we felt, in comparison to the unreliability, lack of reliability, and effectiveness of TTY over IP wireless networks, together we decided that on balance, the waiver was merited. On the flip side of our balancing, our scales, were the significant long-term benefits of real-time text, and alternative accessibilities in general. Various industry commenters wanted us to keep open the idea that there could be other solutions as well. Which are some of these benefits are the encouraging the deployment of new wireless IP-based technologies that could help everyone, including people with disabilities, including voice over long-term evolution, nicknamed VoLTE, and Wi-Fi. So we were convinced that the potential benefits that could be offered that are designed if the accessibility solutions are designed for a packet-switched environment. We agreed with, let's see, who said this? I guess Verizon and the consumer groups that real-time text could achieve greater accessibility, functionality, and reliability than legacy TTY devices. And again, there was also support in the record for a migration to real-time text in a 911 calls. Even Congress, in directing the FCC to establish a federal advisory committee, the Emergency Access Advisory Committee, known as EAC, that predates this advisory committee, was instructed to consider the phase-out of TTY to achieve effective next-generation 911 communications. In fact, the EAC did make those recommendations. They recognized real-time text as a possible and preferred substitute for TTY technology. Again, everything pointing in the direction of the benefits of real-time text. Another benefit cited by consumers is that real-time text potentially does not require any external device like a TTY. So again, we have not made any decisions in terms, I want to emphasize that, the Commission still would have to have a notice of proposed rulemaking and receive public comment on an actual migration to real-time text or other accessible technologies. But all of these factors about the benefits of this technology and potentially other accessible technologies were considered and weighed heavily in favor of the waiver. Again, we did not take lightly the request for the waiver. We have our actions in granting the waiver to AT&T only do not reflect on anything that we have done or will do with respect to other carriers. We take very seriously the obligations of service providers to achieve compliance with our accessibility obligations. We purposely did not grant a waiver to any other providers and feel that more information is needed to determine compliance with our obligations from those providers, and some providers have already weighed in on that. So I just want to make very clear that we take these obligations very seriously, not only by AT&T but by all providers. And to that end, we imposed conditions on the waiver, and specifically 2 conditions. One is a notification requirement. Specifically, we require AT&T to inform its customers through effective and accessible channels, including their website, billing statements, and any promotional materials, and other effective communications, that 1, TTY technology will not be supported for calls to 911 over IP-based wireless solutions, and 2, that there are alternative accessibility solutions both in the public switch telephone network environment and the IP-based environment. These are the solutions that I just talked about, TTYs and IP relay services. As part of that notification, they have to tell consumers what these other options are, as well as provide the information in a manner that is prominently placed and in plain language. It must also, AT&T must also ensure that there's all 911 calls made by people seeking emergency assistance using real-time text are delivered in accordance with the obligations of all telecommunication carriers to transmit 911 calls to the appropriate 911 PSAP or local emergency authority. And all of this was to make absolutely sure that there is no expectation on the part of consumers with disabilities that TTY technology can be supported by these new services. As you know, this is something very parallel to other requirements that the Commission has engaged in the past. In fact, to a certain extent, this resembles very closely some of the work that the Commission, or some of the conditions that the Commission required back in the 1990s when, from 1994 to 2002, the wireless industry did not have the capability of making TTYs compatible with wireless technologies, with digital wireless technologies. And for those of you who were part of that effort back in the 1990s, it was apparent that there was no access, basically. The community lost access for 8 years, and repeated extensions were granted, and similar conditions at that time were imposed, a reporting requirement and a second condition, which I'm about to mention as well. The second condition is that once every 6 months, AT&T shall file a report with the Commission and also inform its consumers about the progress and the status of the availability of new IP-based wireless accessibility solutions such as real-time text. And those reports shall include information about the extent to which such accessibility solutions are interoperable with the services of other carriers, as well as the extent to which they're backward compatible for TTY technology. And we expect that AT&T AT&T must continue to coordinate with public safety answering points on the implementation of text to 911 services. The first of these reports is due on April 6th, 2016. We next had to determine the waiver duration. Various commenters suggested a set deadline or the completion of a rulemaking on real-time text, whichever is later. We decided that we would like to have a firmer date, and so we agreed with AT&T that the outside date should be December 31st, 2017. That was the date that AT&T proposed that it felt was reasonable to make the transition to real-time text. However, instead of using the later of that date or the rulemaking rules becoming effective, we went with the sooner of the two dates, so that we felt it was in the public interest for the waiver to expire on either the sooner of December 31st, 2017, or upon the effective date of rules providing for alternative IP-based accessibility solutions, whichever is earlier. And of course, as we try to do, we will work with the industry to make sure that if it was a sooner date, that's a technically feasible date. But we were concerned about having it later and having it linger on because, again, access is being denied during this period, so we didn't want it to be open-ended. Again, we felt that, just to reiterate, with respect to other entities, we felt that additional information was needed from these entities about their current and future plans for meeting the accessibility needs for people with communications disabilities in an IP-based wireless environment. We welcome the contributions of those entities and look forward to making sure that industry-wide there are plans for accessibility going forward. And I think that that's it. So thank you for indulging me and letting me walk through this. Again, it's a recent order, and I wasn't sure if all of you have read it, and I thought that it would be helpful to set the stage for the demonstration. We do thank AT&T for getting this ball rolling. It's a very exciting time, I think, for the community, for those of us in the room. I'm looking straight ahead at Richard Ray and Tony Dunn, Cheryl King, and various others and Helena Mitchell, who have lived with this issue for so long. And I know I'm leaving out a lot of you, Lisa, and I mean basically almost everybody in this room. It's been a long haul with respect to ensuring effective communication access, and I think that we're at the cusp of a very exciting turning point. So we thank you for getting us started. We're looking forward, again, as I say, to conversations with other providers and hopefully reaching a resolution of these issues that are satisfactory to all stakeholders.
Does anyone have any questions for Karen? Carrie?
Hello, this is Carrie Cook with NBDA, National Black Deaf Advocates. I did have a question about that waiver, and the time frame is a bit concerning. 2 years is quite a long time. I was curious about this fact simply because I know that people of color who have intersections of poverty as well as disabilities such as deafness, and as they are aging, so are senior citizens, and they lose the capability, maybe ambulatory capabilities or vision or anything like that used to make up for some of these things, that lack of access. I'm curious for the next 2 years, what are ways in which the FCC will hold AT&T accountable in this process to making sure that it really is accessible for all of these marginalized populations? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this is Karen. Those exact concerns were our concerns as well. As again, I said before, we recognize that there are still people, especially people in rural communities, low income and senior citizens who are relying on TTYs. For the time being, those individuals should be able to continue to use their TTYs for access. They are probably still on analog networks. To the extent that they do have access to IP networks, they can use IP-based text relay, video relay service, IP caption telephone service as well, or speech-to-speech service. So, but we are going to be watching, and again, we are asking for reporting from AT&T and any other carrier that seeks a waiver. And to the extent that individuals around this room have ties with communities and want to ascertain yourselves the extent to which your communities are either losing access or need some additional access, please keep us informed.
Any other questions? No?
Matthew Gerst.
Oh, Matt.
Matt Gerst with CTIA. Thank you, Karen, for the report. I got a couple questions for you about the waiver without commenting on the waiver itself and the commission action. But I was curious about the reports in the waiver about the current usage of TTY, where it talks about the significant decline in usage, but also talks about that there are people who continue to rely on TTY. The EAC report made a distinction between people who, and as I think to Carrie's comment earlier, people who currently rely on TTY, and you pointed out, are more focused on wireline. Is that something that you all focused on in the waiver in terms of the people who really continue to rely on this? It's not so much in the CMRS wireless context as it is in the wireline context.
Yes, this is Karen. Thank you, Matt. Yes, the waiver order points that out, that there's not only a general decline in TTY usage overall, but even more so in the wireless environment. And frankly, as some of you know, the reason for that was because of the 8-year delay, because from the time that the consumer groups had asked for compliance with what was then an FCC rule requiring TTY compatibility with wireless services in 1994, the rule didn't get put into full effect until 2002, and by that time, consumers pretty much had given up on the use of wireless services if they were using their TTYs, since you had to carry around a TTY with you, and at that point, what was then called pagers had come into vogue, and so most of the deaf community and hard of hearing community that was in need of text communications had already switched over to other forms of text messaging with less reliance on TTYs. There still were some users, but very small. So yes, we did draw that distinction.
Great. The only other thing I wanted to point out, just to make clear, because I think you highlighted the fact that Text 911 is still rolling out, is that the wireless industry is currently under obligations by the FCC to offer Text 911 throughout the country. So it is available from the wireless industry perspective. That Text 911 rollout is PSAP dependent, and that's certainly something that we are encouraging. Certainly the FCC is as well, and I know that many of the public safety community are as well. But it is a PSAP dependent rollout.
Yes, we're very aware of that, and thank you for pointing that out. And for those of you who are unaware, there's a jurisdictional separation here, and we do not have jurisdiction over PSAPs. With respect to the PSAP is other public safety answering points, the entities, the emergency centers that receive 911 calls. For purposes of accessibility, that is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice, under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Oh, Brenda?
No, I'm fine. I got one. Thank you. Has this RTT been tested with the deaf-blind communities, and how is that being accepted, or the speed at which this, turn taking happens is very, very rapid, and I'm concerned that those who are using Braille readers may have some difficulty. Has it been tested with those consumer groups?
Christian, do you want to answer that? Or do you want me to?
This is Christian Vogler speaking. I am not aware of testing that has been done in the United States, but our partners in Sweden have told me that they have engaged in some testing of their software with deafblind communities in Sweden and have reported success. I want to emphasize that the AT&T technology is based on that same technology that they have successfully used in Sweden.
Did you want to say something?
No, I think that covers.
Okay.
I think that covers. We're fully aware of both the opportunities and the challenges. Mm-hmm. We think that this technology will provide, and we'll have a demonstration with Linda Vanderloop and Matt Myrick in a second, but we think the potential for improved technologies, improved access is really great there. So I'm going to take this if there's no other questions. First of all, I want to acknowledge the fact that as we're looking at the CVAA, the fact that AT&T was able to identify this issue and to create some opportunities really has a lot to do with the implementation of the CVAA and our establishment of our Corporate Accessibility Technology Office, which did early testing and looked at products. They look at all the products that we have that are covered under CVAA, was able to identify a challenge and work with our technology folks and reach out to leaders in the community who know a whole lot more than we did about access over IP, including Christian Vogler here, as well as many of you in the community, to really understand the issues and to make a proposal that we think will work for in a way that would benefit not just people who have a hearing loss or speech disability, but the society as a whole. So it's a very exciting time. We're in the beginning stages, and I know many of you have been to demonstrations at AT&T, but many of you have not. So we've invited Linda Vanderloop and Matt Myrick to talk a little bit about real-time text. And Matt will also be available during lunchtime if you want to have a little more of a hands-on or in-depth work on the real-time text. But Linda, if I can hand the mic over to you, that would be great.
Now it's on. Oh, okay. And the presentation, can you put that up? So I just want to say a few words about real-time text, and then Matt will do the demo. So what is real-time text? Real-time text is not new, but what's new is AT&T is integrating it in its network. And so real-time text is a text-based mode of communications where the receiving device can see what's being typed on the sending device as it's being typed. So it's a alternative for TTY, and it's using current technology. TTY is 1960s technology, and a lot has happened since 1960s. In 1960s, my idea of a mobile phone was having a really long cord to take into my room to make a phone call. Now we can do amazing things with phones and technology. And so this is an alternative where using the current technology finally, and it's really exciting. This is a chart, and I'm not going to go into detail on everything on the chart, but it's a comparison of TTY and RTT. And one of the main points I want to make is we're keeping the positives of TTY, and the RTT is overcoming some of the limitations. So, for example, you don't need an external keyboard. The smartphone or the tablet is what you use to communicate using RTT. There's more characters. You don't have the character limitation that you have with TTY. So you can communicate in more foreign languages. And where TTY is an assistive technology, RTT is an accessible technology. So the benefits, one of the benefits, as Karen was talking about, is access to 911. Oh, thank you. Access to 911. RTT user will reliably be able to reach any PSAP using RTT. All PSAPs are equipped with TTYs today. One of the things we talked about a few minutes ago is the ability to text to 911, and there's a couple of limitations with that. One is that of the I think 6,800 PSAPs, less than 500 is my understanding are capable right now of accepting a text to 911. The other thing is that for a text, they receive it after I press send. With RTT, once I start communicating, they know something is wrong. So if somebody's breaking into my house and I start sending a text and I have to drop it and go hide, they don't know I've got a problem. But if I'm using RTT, they know there's a problem, even though I haven't finished the message. Now, over time, the PSAPs are going to adopt next generation 911, and they'll be able to use the same protocol and have more capabilities. The other thing about real-time text is that's quality of service managed versus best effort. So a text is best effort, whatever your turn is, but quality of service is more of a prioritization. And the other advantage is anybody can communicate with anybody else, and it's going to be key is interoperability. All the technologies will have to be interoperable, and it's backwards compatible with TTY. It's going to reduce the need for a TTY, and it also may possibly reduce the need for relay services. So, like 10 years ago, if I wanted to go to a movie, I might pick up the phone and call somebody. Now I'll send them a text. So to that extent, it's not going to replace relay services, but to that extent, it might reduce the need for relay services. I was going to talk a little bit about the petitions, but Karen already covered that, so I'm going to turn it over to Matt for the demo.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I just wanted to start by telling you a little bit about this demonstration of real-time text, or RTT as we call it. I'm going to be making use of two tablets. I'm going to be showing one under this display here, so it will be projected on the screen, and you can see what the user interface, the split screen, looks like. Keep in mind, this is not AT&T branded. This is a proof of concept that we are demoing here, so we're showing you how it functions, and then eventually we'll be able to show you, at some point today, we'll show you the RTT to TTY technology as well, and that backwards compatibility. So now I am placing a call over real-time text between these two tablets. And I see the incoming call on the second tablet. I can answer that call here. Now, while I am typing, and anyone is typing in RTT, you are going to see these characters being displayed as they are typed, as opposed to an SMS or a text message that you're waiting for someone to hit send. So we are communicating in real time, hence the real-time text simultaneously. That's the difference, having a text-to-text versus a TTY. And with the TTY, the character rate is also much slower. With real-time text, we're talking about a much faster character rate, much more seamless. So I just want you to be able to see the notification and the answering functionality. So I'm gonna place a call again so you can see both tablets here. It would help if I called the right number, actually. That seems to be... All right, here we go. So we'll answer the call on the second tablet. Okay, so when I am typing, I'm RTT1, and we have another person on the other end. She's responded, "Hello, Matt." This connection is instantaneous. The characters are being transferred back and forth. The next demonstration I'm going to do is an RTT to TTY call. While you're signing, the camera is on you, so then people aren't able to see what you're typing on the display. So I just recommend that while you're typing, you want to just not say anything so that people are able to see the demonstration, and then give your descriptions. Sure, and we can give you another demo that can display the speed of RTT as well.
the FCC, you can see that I'm typing at the same time, and Linda is typing as we speak. And on the other side of the screen, we have. On the left side of the screen, we have Linda speaking, saying hello AT&T, hello Matt. Sorry about the typos.
Okay, does everyone have a good idea of how RTT to RTT works at this point? And again, I'm going to be here this afternoon until shortly after lunch, so you can certainly come visit me in the back of the room here, and I'd be happy to talk with you one-on-one and demo it again. The next part of the demo is the backwards compatibility for real-time text to my Q90D TTY. I'm going to connect to this using my wireless iPhone 6s, the latest model.
This is Susie. I just wanted to highlight the fact that Matt, the RTT technology does allow for the users to initiate the RTT communication, and you can turn it off as well, because some people do prefer to review their message before it all gets sent. So that is also something to keep in mind.
Okay, so now I am making a call to my cell phone. Excuse me again, I've got my numbers mixed up.
And for the members of the committee who are blind, we will give a description afterward of what occurred. It's just hard to do the signing, the screens, and all that without causing more problems for the technology people who are probably ready to kill us at this point.
So now I have an RTT incoming called my iPhone 6s, which I see here, and I'm going to answer on my iPhone.
And the TTY reads, hello, this is Matt.
So I have now sent a TTY to RTT message. Hello, this is Matt. You would not believe it, but the battery on my wireless TTY has died.
Well, I think you've just
Let me grab my
demonstrated one of
cord
the
here.
problems with that technology. Okay. So I think because of the time constraints and the very real-world demonstration of some of the flaws of the current technology, we're going to go ahead and give a quick overview and then give folks an opportunity to see either real-time text to real-time text or backward compatibility during the break. So basically, in the demo, what we've shown is a real-time text to real-time text conversation. In it, you could see that folks could text at the same time. It's not just because we want to be rude and interrupt people. It's because in certain circumstances, it's absolutely critical. For example, if you are calling for emergency assistance and you are saying, I'm bleeding profusely, I have this and this and this and this going on, in a TTY conversation, you would have to send the message before you get a response back. And with a real-time text conversation, you could have someone interrupt and say, first thing, put direct pressure on the wound. Because the reality is you could bleed to death before you finished and hit enter in a T2Y. The other thing that was highlighted is the fact that you can use different languages. This is particularly important for aging communities where hearing loss is an issue. We know as you get older, you have more chance of a hearing loss. This allows for direct communications in Greek or in Mandarin or whatever is supported by the Unicode today. Whatever is supported on your devices, even if it's a half-E face, even if it's a pile of things we don't need to discuss, it can be transported. So for folks who have limited cognitive abilities or limited English language abilities, this provides a great opportunity. In a TTY, you are limited to even less characters than you have on a text phone today. So it takes advantage of a lot of the opportunities that are provided by new text and new technologies that are out there, and also enables the use of built-in accessibility features or modifications because it is all IP. It's not restricted by an outdated piece of hardware. This said, what Matt will show if you want to see this is that you still can do backward compatibility to a T2Y. So if you are out in a rural area or you're an aging person, there is a possibility to communicate back and forth. The protocol or the interaction will be limited to the way a T2Y works. So you can't do two ways and one way. It's one turn, then another turn. It's limited to the older technology, but it does provide that access until folks are adopting almost universally the real-time text. Matt is our expert from Cato, and he'll be available to answer some questions. We'll entertain a few right now. So if you go ahead.
I think there's 3 questioners. I think Richard Ray is first.
Test. Okay. There's 2 things that I would like to know. Which network is being used for real-time text? Is it the AT&T network or controlled? Is it the voice network, the data network, or the controlled digital channel? The controlled signal channel. And how do you deal with the translation from real-time samples like symbols, like the @ sign and so forth? How are those then translated into TTY format? Is that possible? That's, I guess, a more in-depth question, but that's what I'm curious about.
And this is Susan. Christian or Matt, do you want to answer that? You're both familiar with the technology, and I don't even understand the question, frankly, except I did understand the @ sign. So if one of you want to jump in there, that would be great. Linda might as well.
Sure. Thank you. It's a very good question. The character set is much greater in real-time text because we're using the latest and greatest tablets and smartphones, et cetera, and different devices. The TTY character set is very, very limited, as you said. That's simply the nature of TTY. I don't think that Ultratech or other manufacturers of TTY are going to invest in the technology that could upgrade their character set. It is what it is right now. The communications flow, including TTY, is going to be very limited. So RTT to TTY use, you will see some characters that are lost if they don't exist in the TTY set. But real-time text to real-time text will include a much greater character set than TTY. The question is whether it's voice or data networks. This service requires voice only. There's very, very little data, and almost doesn't even affect your data, which is a really great thing about this because it doesn't require a lot of data from the user's plan. That isn't to say that it will never require data, because at some point later, when we are able to incorporate video accessibility, real-time text and video communication simultaneously, that's where you'll see the data connection kick in. So for now, you're relying on voice networks only. I think, did that answer your questions, Richard?
Let me answer something too.
This is Richard. Yes, that did help me to understand how the 911 centers are going to handle real-time text and which networks they are going to need to be able to use in order to accept those calls, particularly when they're using TTY, which is something they already have built in. And the built-in TTY is not going to be able to accept things like hashtag and ampersand and those other symbols. But you did answer my question, and that was very helpful, so thank you for that, Matt.
And this is Susan again. One of the things we didn't have time to demonstrate is also the fact you can speak at the same time. You can have a conversation where one person is speaking and the other is texting back. So if you have someone who can speak very clearly but really needs some assistance, and you can switch in between the modes, which is very cool. So, for example, if you are talking to someone, and for the most part you have a mild hearing loss, but there's some information you need that is incredibly important, like a prescription or an address, you can have a phone conversation like you normally would with this as a added on security device, so that you could get the street number, the phone numbers, or whatever else would be conveyed vocally. So Hannah, I believe, has the next question.
And after Hannah, Paul, then Christian.
This is Hannah. I am curious, how would an individual that has low motor skills use that? Would it sync via Bluetooth to a communication device?
That's an excellent question as well, because at AT&T we are committed to following all of the best practices and performance objectives that the FCC requires. And AT&T has an obligation to ensure that we are in compliance with meeting all of those performance objectives. If there is something that can't be met, of course, we have to go through the appropriate processes to find an alternate method. To answer your question specifically, we are at this point deeply considering inclusion of people who are both deaf-blind, those who have limited mobility and motor skills. I'm going to talk a little bit more about deaf-blind users and connections to Braille displays. Specifically Braille readers. That was Brenda's question earlier, ensuring that accessibility is met for deaf-blind populations. It is one of the FCC's goals, of course, to ensure access to telecommunications for everyone, and we're currently working on that solution. With regards to your specific question about limited mobility, we are working on a different voice-to-text functionality that would interact with the native functionality of your device. So if you're an Android device or an iOS Apple device, you would be able to use their dictation functions, and that would be able to assist you with being able to convert speech to text. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
And Paul?
I think Paul's next. But Paul, before you go, this is Karen. I do want to also recognize Avaya's efforts. I don't want to steal your thunder, but Avaya was really front and center on real-time text for many, many years and very instrumental in providing and distributing this technology to federal agencies. So thank you for that as well.
Good. Thank you. This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. I have a few comments about real-time text. The first is that there's a critically important capability in real-time text that I didn't hear mentioned in the demonstration, and that's that in a properly implemented real-time text system, you can talk and type at the same time. So in other words, I could be talking to you and typing to you right now simultaneously. You would be hearing my voice and receiving my text simultaneously, as opposed to what's commonly called hearing carryover or voice carryover with a TTY, in which you can send text or voice, but not both at the same time. Okay, I also want to say that I have an excellent real-time text implementation running in my lab at Avaya. As far as I know, it uses the same IP protocol that AT&T has used. And so moving forward, interoperability among manufacturers is going to be a critical function, I think, of this committee. One other thing I would mention is that, again, I have it running in my lab on an Avaya system. The reason it is not yet a product is that there have been no RFPs or requests for proposals asking for real-time text. So it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. I've got it built. It's not out there because no one has asked for it yet. So I would encourage you, to the extent that you're able, encourage acquiring agencies to put real-time text in the RFP. If it's there, we will deliver it. I've got it.
Thank you.
And just 2 seats over from you is Tim Cregan from the Access Board, who is working on Section 508 guidelines. So I think you have the right audience sitting very close to you. I'm sorry.
And Christian, I think you had one last question or statement.
This is Christian Vogler speaking. I wanted to add to Matt's answer to Richard's question. First of all, right now, the way the technology works, if you have a real-time text character being transmitted to the TTY that does not exist in the TTY character set, it's going to show up as a blank character. There's no other option. However, if you had, let's say, a hashtag and you were sending that message to a TTY, a gateway could insert a description of that symbol. So in parentheses, hashtag, end parentheses, potentially. So there are other possibilities. The limitations are endless if you're looking at implementing a gateway that could interface between TTY and real-time text. Second, with regards to data usage, our measurements and calculations have actually the maximum bandwidth required for real-time text at about 2 kilobits per minute, which is very, very low. Sorry, 2 kilobits per second. That's a correction to the interpretation. So that's 2 kilobits per second for real-time text. And that was actually at machine-generated text. So for a human-generated text, we're looking at actually 1 kilobit per second because we cannot generate text as fast as the machine can. Also, in response to an earlier comment, our in-depth analysis of this same technology has shown that real-time text has been tested with both voice and text simultaneously, and that functions very well and provides great functional equivalence, particularly looking at a replacement for the TTY. The last point that I wanted to make is with regards to Hannah's question. I think it's an important one, and we need to recognize compatibility between real-time text and assistive technologies. It will depend mostly on the device itself. So, for example, if the phone provides some Bluetooth compatibility to interface with Hannah's or another consumer's assistive technology, then you can have that interface and accessibility with real-time text.
And Brenda Kelly-Fry?
Susan, I'm going to be along with you with the understanding of like the @ sign and ask this question. about the technology. I'm assuming that when using RTT to call 911, it will be sent to the most appropriate PSAP, or not? How is it? Is it finding the most appropriate PSAP from where I am located at the time of the emergency, through alley, through coordinates? How is that done? How's my call routed to the right PSAP and not to Chicago, where my area code is?
I think I can answer that.
Okay.
Again, one of the conditions is that this be no different than current transmissions to PSAPs. So where there are requirements for calls reaching the most appropriate PSAP, those requirements would have to stay in place. And it's over the voice network, right? So it's not going to be any different. Yeah.
Any other questions? Oh, Sam?
I have a very serious question. Can you send emojis over real-time text?
Absolutely. It's probably not the main reason, but there actually are some functionalities.
Okay, this is Karen, but Elaine and I were just talking about this, and as you know, yes, it's fun, but it's also possibly necessary for people with cognitive disabilities.
It could be.
And as emojis evolve, we were just talking about that there could be a very real purpose here in helping people to see emotions and explanations of what's going on. So actually it could have a real function.
The other, I think you can see from this, am I Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. The really exciting aspect of this is that it really builds on all the progress that's been made in the wireless arena and in technology in general. There's so much accessibility that's being built into, the phones you carry around today or the pads, and the ability to enlarge or to hook up to a switch or to Braille or to other things. It's really harnessing that technology for accessibility, which is so exciting, rather than, relying on something that was built, before many of the people here were even born. And so this is really a forward thinking. We can harness it as technology moves forward. We can get some of the best and brightest minds who come up with not just silly games, but incredible things like Proloquo Go, working on these devices and the access. So it's a very, very exciting time. And it's exciting not just for people who have a hearing loss or people who are deaf. It's exciting for people who are on the street and just want to communicate with someone and haven't had the opportunity before. This is really a game changer. There's a lot of work, and a lot of work's been done by Paul and Christian and a whole bunch of people in this room. And there's a lot more that we'll need to work together to find the best solutions and try to push this forward. But it's a very, very exciting time. And if you really want to see how real-time text works with TTY, you're welcome to do that or other things. But I do want to thank our team at AT&T, Matt Myrick and the Cato folks, and Linda Vanderloop. I guess we have more questions. So, okay, Richard and Brenda.
And Gay Jones. And Mackenzie Everett and Everett.
Okay.
Test. Just a quick question. Sometimes when you call 911 through TTY, you have an effective communication. But then on occasion, there may need to be a callback from the PSAP to the TTY user. Have you looked at that as well, as whether or not you can do that with go from TTY to real time?
Text.
No. We, however, will make sure that the interoperability between PSAPs and the RTT user are robust. So there's really no need for the PSAP center to call back to the RTT user. It's normally the call coming from the user to the PSAP. So if I'm in an emergency situation and I'm making a call out to 911 and I'm using my real-time text device, 911 call center is going to be receiving that. Right now, it's a little premature for us to talk about that system because we're not really at that point with the technology yet. We haven't even gone through the product testing and packet testing, so we're not at the point of being able to answer that yet. I know, but it is a very good question.
But, this is Karen, but there always has to be callback capability. And so we're in a funny situation right now because we moved ahead with text to 911, and now we're talking about real-time text. So all of this is going to turn on what the rules eventually require, we'll have discussions with PSAPs. Again, the Public Safety Bureau is involved in this whole issue. Some PSAPs may decide to jump over text to 911, SMS messaging, and move right to real-time text. But it's one of the things that we're going to have to, we will be looking at ensuring complete 911 capability. And in the past, the Commission, in various proceedings, has included the capability to callbacks, not because the real-time text can't go through, but because the line people lose calls. Calls are lost for other reasons, whether somebody hangs up a phone or the transmission goes down. It's not necessarily something related to the real-time text capability. It could be related to other capabilities. So this is one of the things that we will be looking at we may look at in the NPRM.
Brenda?
And that's wireless.
I have a question.
Brenda has no, I think her question was answered, so I think Gay Jones is next.
Thank you.
This is not a question. I don't have a question at all. Minor challenges as a federal agency, and the fact that we work where the rubber meets the road with a lot of disaster survivors who need access to our programs and services. And we are very, very challenged by what we can provide in terms of access. And we have a real challenge in providing TRS services and VRS services because as an agency we cannot be an account holder for providing that. And so we have a lot of challenges that we're trying to deal with around that. This is great. My question is, are these going to have the same, I don't call them barriers, but some of the same challenges in being able to we're one of the very few agencies that provide direct TTY to TTY for people to call in. But our challenges become really great when we go into areas where we can't get analog hookup, we can't get Wi-Fi, we can't get other communication. And how do we interface a lot of the equipment that we currently have with some of the new things coming down the pike, but also how do we effectively provide access to the disaster survivors without being in conflict with current regulations that say agency cannot directly provide those services or have an account. So it's being able to provide some kind of solution so that we can actually provide those services to the disaster survivors on a consistent basis and being able to use current future technologies. This is great. I mean, it would be great if we could use it to be able to provide that access because we are one of the very few federal agencies that actually are on the ground providing access for people to get our services. Unlike most federal agencies that may not be the case. So.
This is Susan, and I think you raised some good points. One of the advantages of this approach is that it is not necessarily requiring specialized technology or training. I mean, it's not just being able to carry around a TTY in a remote area and hook it up to a phone. It's a matter of knowing how to operate this. So it should be, in the long run, easier. But you do raise an important question, and I think it's something that affects just about everybody in this room and well beyond, which is, when we're looking at technologies that are provided to people with disabilities and the communications aspects are cut off, are there rules that we need to change? Do we need to redefine some of the regulations that get equipment into people's hands? Because sometimes agencies or organizations are hesitant if it looks like just a standard phone. So I think these are things that in the long run are cost effective. I think the approaches we can provide are actually much better for agencies and for individuals in agencies, but I think, and organizations and stores and wherever, but I think it's something that we'll all need to work together on, and so we really do appreciate the opportunity to move forward on this and to hear your comments and insights in the proceeding moving forward. I'm sorry, and Everett, last question?
I'm thinking about a lot of elderly blind folks that I work with on a regular basis, and their children are purchasing them smartphones more, and they're looking for ways for them to save money because they might be on a limited income or something like that, and so they're ending their old rotary phone type or regular phone type plans, and they're going with the smartphone plans, and they have the touchscreen, and they're teaching them how to use VoiceOver. And I work with some elderly folks and try to teach them how to use VoiceOver or something on an Android phone. But the touchscreen is problematic. Definitely, it's a little slower at times for those folks. And I'm wondering, in those situations, are there other ways for individuals to dial 911? Like, can you use the dictation built into the phones to call 911 or things like that? I've never had that question answered, and just wondering. I've never asked it either, but I'm just wondering, is that possible? Does that work?
This is Matt, and I'm happy to answer that. I will make sure to put that down for our beta testing and our continuing research, but we can use whatever functionality is available on the device because we are reliant on those manufacturers to have that functionality inside their system, whether it's Apple. So, for example, Apple has a very different product from Samsung, from Nokia, etc., but we will be ensuring that we support all of those different manufacturer-based functionalities, and that's an excellent question.
Okay, and does that answer your question, Everett?
I think so.
One of the things that's really exciting is you can use a lot of the functionality that's built in for accessibility, and you can use external keyboards. In fact, we had some executives that had some issues with touchscreens, and keyboards were brought in to demo. So there's a lot of different opportunities here, including use of voice or braille or enlarging displays. And I think that, we have some challenges always with cognitive disabilities when you throw that in as well. So we have lots of potential. The sky's kind of the limit in terms of what we can implement if we work together. And we have one more question from Carrie, and then we'll have to close out this session. But you can talk to Matt afterward, and Linda.
This is Carrie with National Black Deaf Advocates. I had a quick question. In the RTT system, is there something embedded where a person can indicate if they are English speaking or Spanish speaking before they initiate the service?
This is Susan, and I think you just pull up the keyboard, the appropriate keyboard. So if you have your keyboard set in Spanish or French or whatever, you would be able to initiate that way.
So meaning the person on the other end will have access to that language?
They will see it in that language. Whether they're going to be able to answer in that language depends on who you're calling. But yeah, they should see it as it's displayed on your screen. They'll see it.
This is Christian. Could I jump in and actually answer the technical, please, question that's been asked? That's a bit of a misunderstanding. Okay. So this is Christian Vogler speaking to respond to the question that was just raised. When you initiate your call, it is possible to pass through additional information regarding that call. So in other words, it's possible to add information such as I need to speak to a Spanish speaker. That is information that gets passed through, and that would be standardized. It isn't there yet, but it's technically possible.
And I know we're running out of time. Tony, if we can ask your question during the break or answer that.
Okay,
we'd love.
She's saying she's fine.
She's fine. Okay. And we have a few comments from Karen.
I just wanted to, before we move to the presentation, I think we're going to move right into the presentation after this from the ad hoc committee. I wanted to thank Susie Rosen-Singleton and Robert Aldridge for all of their work on the waiver order, and for thanking Susie in advance for her work coordinated with the ad hoc real-time text committee. So with that, do you want to? Okay.
And thank you also to the technology folks and the folks from the FCC who are putting this meeting together, which clearly we've introduced a whole new level of challenges. But thank you very much for working with us as well.
This is Claude. Thank you, AT&T, for your time in presenting this demonstration of the technology today. It is currently 11:40, so I guess we'll begin perhaps with an early lunch?
No. We're going to have this.
I think we're going to move forward to the RTT working group presentation, the ad hoc group, and Zainab.
Okay. Sorry. All right, so we will have Zainab El-Kebsi present the RTT working group's report.
Thank you so much, Claude. Just to address Lisa's former comment, I don't blame you at all for not knowing how to pronounce my last name. It's something that I have experienced for my whole life, so please don't think you're the first one, and don't worry at all. So the recommendation itself is actually 3 pages. I am not going to read through that word for word. You can have that in front of you. I just want to focus on a few of the critical points and highlight them in a summary. First of all, I want to thank the members of the subcommittee for all of your incredibly hard work on preparing this document. Thank the consumers and the industries for really coming together in a true partnership to create this document. We, in this paper, are recommending the following issues to be considered for rulemaking. The first is how and to what degree can real-time text and other next-generation text-based communication solutions meet or exceed the communication needs of consumers, and that specifically in emergency communications as well. What drawbacks are there to real-time text vis-a-vis TTY communications, and how can those drawbacks potentially be addressed? What service features are necessary for TTY alternative solutions to meet the FCC's TTY requirements? In addition to real-time text, what other next-generation text-based communication solutions can meet or exceed the features of TTY? Also, is backwards compatibility between RTT and TTY feasible, and between other next-generation text-based communication solutions and TTY technically feasible, either through a gateway or other means? If so, How is that possible? And should such backwards compatibility be required, and for what period of time should that be required? What issues could be introduced through backwards compatibility, and how and to what degree should they be mitigated? At this point, I would like to turn it over for additional comments from other members of the subcommittee. So if you have anything to add, please feel free. I know that Christian would like to say something.
Christian Vogler speaking. First, I want to thank all of the members who have worked so diligently on this document in the working group. It was wonderful to see the variety of perspectives coming together to collaborate on this document. I do have a concern that I will highlight at this time. I want to emphasize that interoperability is crucial. Without interoperability, we have no access. End of story. So it's very, very significant from my perspective that and any future rulings from the FCC that interoperability must be front and center as an expectation. And interoperability doesn't mean at all to stifle innovation and creativity. There's no barrier to that kind of work. Interoperability simply means that we establish a common understanding so that all of the manufacturers will work from that common playbook, from those standards. And so absolutely innovation should continue, starting from a foundation of interoperability, starting from those standards and that expectation. And let me give you an example. With real-time text and TTY, for example, and the interoperability, we just saw a demonstration of that possibility. RTT is obviously a more advanced communication solution than TTY. And RTT, therefore, can do things that TTYs cannot. So when RTT is playing with a TTY, is connected to a TTY, then it's limited in its own functionality. So its more advanced features are not being taken advantage of, which is okay in that particular environment in that moment. So that is the idea. Another example might be a voice in the voice calling world. What we have now is narrow band audio, which enables different voice calls to be interoperable with each other. So you can make a call on a T-Mobile device to an AT&T device, and a narrowband audio will enable those two different devices to talk to each other. But then we have HD voice, for example, high definition, and a T-Mobile device calling another T-Mobile device will actually have a better sound quality because of that innovation, because of that platform. So it doesn't mean that interoperability is a hindrance at all to innovation. We can get there even so. But it's very, very significant that we have a common standard that requires interoperability. And there's been no such standard of interoperability. I mean, we would not be able to function had we not had that interoperability in the voice calling world. And so we want to make sure that is the basis of all decision making. And that's exactly what deaf and hard of hearing people are going to experience and would expect to experience.
This is Zainab. Thank you, Christian. Do any of the other members of the subcommittee want to add to the comments that I've already made?
Zainab, do you want to go ahead and call on the folks?
Yes, I didn't want to step on any toes. Please, Matt, give the floor.
Sure, thank you. This is Matt Gerst at CTIA, and I want to echo what Christian and Zainab have said. This really was a collaborative effort. We appreciate Zainab, her leadership on this process, because really she took a significant divergent viewpoints and managed to pull them together into a consensus document that I think we all I hopefully think we can support going forward. So thank you to her on this effort. From our perspective, this item asks the right questions that the Commission should probably be looking at in terms of any future issues related to this topic. In particular, it certainly asks the right questions about how RTT, real-time text, is going to function going forward. But one of the other things that I think is important that this document recognizes is that there are other technologies, or there could be other technologies, in addition to, but not excluding, real-time text that could be could meet similar needs. And I think that that recognition highlights something that our industry has, really over the last, I'd say, 5 to 8 years has really benefited from in terms of meeting the accessibility needs, and that's flexibility and not being so siloed into one particular technology. And this is not to say that RTT isn't potentially an excellent solution. It's just to say, I think we look forward to an opportunity that the Commission is going to potentially create here, a process that allows all of us to work together to look at, interoperability, to look at emergency communications, to look at all these issues and how, whether RTT or other technologies might be able to satisfy the Commission's rules, meet those principles, meet the needs of various communities, but all looking at this through, we need to take a look at all technologies as well, but certainly look at RTT as a potential next step in that evolution. So thank you again to the ad hoc committee for your work on this, and certainly appreciate the efforts going forward. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more that this paper allows for a variety of perspectives. And again, it was a true collaboration between industry and consumers to include those perspectives, and that was important to us to make sure that those were part of this document. Christian raised an excellent point about the importance of those base standards to ensure interoperability. And I see that Ron Bibler also wants to comment. Ron?
This is Ron Beacon. And I agree totally about the interoperability feature. And to put it in simple English terms, if I download an RTT app, I don't want it to be an AT&T app to only work with other AT&T people who have downloaded the app. Okay? We don't want it to be a FaceTime product or only work between Apple products. This should be something where, like the message icon on my iPhone, when I hit my message, I can text to anybody, no matter who the provider is, no matter what they've downloaded. And so it almost seems like perhaps RTT maybe needs its own definition, maybe it needs its own icon, where when you touch the RTT app, it'll be able to work with other competitors' product or whatever their response is to RTT. Because the industry may have more than one RTT solution, but interoperability is very important. And I would like the FCC to realize that also.
This is Claude. This is Claude. Claude. Thank you, Zainab, for your...
This is Claude. Thank you, Zainab, for that report. I think the committee is now ready to consider your subcommittee's report and your recommendations. Do I hear a motion to accept the report as presented and to pass those comments on to the FCC? Does anyone want to make that motion?
This is Susan. I just want to make sure that the blind members of the committee are okay with having received the material in advance, or ask if we need to actually read the whole thing. We're fine? Okay, great. Okay, this is Claude. Thank you. And does anyone care to make that motion?
That's how fine I am with it.
Thank you, Mark. Great. Thank you, Mark. Mark has so moved. Do I see any seconds? I have a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Richard Ray, I believe, was the second. Do I see anyone who cares to have further discussion? Sam?
Thank you. I wanted to bring up the topic of standards harmonization. I know that the Access Board is proposing requiring real-time text for VoIP or voice-based IP communications, and I believe they're proposing RFC 4103 as the standard. They are also proposing use of wideband speech. And there are similar proposals in the European standard for EN 301549. And in addition to that, I believe they also have the requirement that text direction be indicated programmatically, so that if A is sending characters to B or if B is sending characters to A, that this can be programmatically determined. And I'm wondering whether any consideration has been taken with respect to the standards for real-time text that have already been proposed and attempting harmonization with these standards.
This is Claude speaking. Does anyone wish to address Sam's comment? Paul?
Paul Michaelis with Avaya. I just wanted to say that the standard that we are using in the systems that we are building is RFC 4103 for real-time text. We looked at other ways to do real-time text, for example, a variation on the XMPP instant messaging protocol, where essentially you would send each character as its own mini instant message, and we found these to be architecturally untenable. Again, we're going with 4103.
This is Claude. Thank you, Paul. Other comments? Christian?
Christian Vogler speaking. RFC 4103, as was mentioned by Paul and several other people, and as well as NEAN I3 and ACE, the VRS providers is in the VRS provider's profile. And I can't speak for the RTT group, but my personal and professional opinion is that it makes sense to choose the same standard. And now I believe, Zainab, correct me if I'm wrong, that this specific issue was not addressed in the subcommittee or in the working group, but did we talk about it? Can you check the notes?
Yes. So this is Karen. Can I just interject for 1 second? I just want to say that these are the questions that we're going to raise in the NPRM. They've clearly been raised in the record, and we want to give an opportunity for everyone to weigh in on all of the points that you've. And thank you very much. This discussion has been enormously helpful. But the question in particular as to whether or not a certain standard should be adopted versus having greater flexibility with performance and functional criteria such as interoperability, backward compatibility with TTYs, et cetera, is something that we're going to have to work through. So it's not something that we need to decide now. We welcome continued contributions from the ad hoc committee collectively or each of you individually once we release the notice of proposed rulemaking. But just to be aware, we do not need to decide today these issues. So, and Zainab,
this is Claude. Zainab, I believe you wanted to add a comment?
Right. I believe we did discuss it, but we opted not to put it into the recommendation because we wanted to leave the questions broad. They're really points for consideration as far as this document is concerned. The specifics would be addressed during the rulemaking process, just to be clear about that.
This is Claude. Any additional comments? Seeing none, I think we should go ahead and vote on Zainab's subcommittee report. We will start on the far side, but hold on just 1 second. The interpreters have asked that each individual who is voting asking them first to give their name, their organization that they represent, and then finally the vote that they are submitting. After each individual, have a brief pause so that we can move forward throughout the room in an organized fashion. Okay?
That sounds good.
Thank you. So we will start with Jill.
Jill Luckett, National Cable and Telecommunications Association, votes yes.
I'm waiting for the pregnant pause. May I start now? Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, yes.
Eric Bridges, American Council of the Blind, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry, National Association for State Administration, votes yes.
Marcia Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, votes yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, votes yes.
Eddie Martinez, representing the Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, which is in the Washington, D.C. area, and I vote yes. Zainab El-Kebsi, National Association of the Deaf, and obviously I'm voting yes. This is Christian Vogler from Gallaudet University, the RERC, Research, Engineering, and Rehabilitation Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and I vote yes. Richard Ray, with the City of Los Angeles Department on Disability, my yes vote.
Tony Dunn, Intrado, and I vote yes.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech Wireless RERC, and I vote yes.
Tim Cregan, U.S. Access Board, non-voting.
One people consumer, I vote yes.
Paul Michaelis with Avaya, I vote yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, votes yes.
Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunications Industry Association, votes yes.
Joshua Paila, National Association of Broadcasters, vote yes.
Sabrina Fields, Telecommunication Equipment Distribution Program Association, votes yes.
Jeff Kramer of Verizon, votes yes. Lee Knife from the Digital Media Association, voting yes.
Everett Bacon with the National Federation of the Blind, voting yes.
Lisa Ekman with the American Association of People with Disabilities, votes yes.
Matt Gerst with CTI, the Wireless Association, voting yes.
Abe Raffy from the ARC, voting yes.
Hannah Thompson, Consumer, yes.
Tafat Tupuola, representing on behalf of the Association of University Centers on Disability, voting yes.
Maggie Nygren from the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disability, voting yes.
Carrie Cook with the National Black Deaf Advocates, voting yes.
Sam Yale, SSB Bark Group, votes yes.
This is Claude. Susan, did you want to cast the final vote? No, I'm chairing this meeting, so I will not be voting.
Susan Masrui, AT&T, votes yes.
So thank you all for the recommendation and accepting these recommendations as presented, and we will move these forward to the commission. Thank you so much. Karen, did you want to make some final comments?
Well, I just want to say this is the happiest anniversary ever. I mean, it's just, you should see the people that are sitting around the room from the Disability Rights Office with big smiles on their faces. So this is just an incredibly exciting time. Did you want to, thank you so much for all of your work on this. Thank you, Zainab. Thank you for the ad hoc committee. We know that you put tremendous amount of effort into this, and we're very looking forward to moving this along to its next stage. Do you want to introduce the... Am I going next? Yes. Okay. All right. So it's 12 o'clock. On our agenda, we have scheduled a celebration of the National Disability Employment Awareness Month and the 5th anniversary of the CBA at 1:10. But we're going to move things a little bit. We're going to change things just slightly. We're still going to have the celebration right after lunch. I was going to give a couple of words right after lunch. I'm going to do it now instead. And I'm actually going to have to leave after lunch, and that's one of the reasons I'm doing it now. But I'm going to ask some of the people in the room that were very instrumental in the passage of the Act, and you know who you are, so get prepared because your names are going to be mentioned, to perhaps say a few words a little bit later on if you'd like to. I'm going to keep this very, very brief, but I want to just say again that it has been an extraordinary 5 years. I've mentioned this so many times, I'm going to say it again. The number of people at the Commission that have worked on implementation of the CBAA has been extraordinary, and the dedication and commitment by virtually every corner of this building and every bureau and office in this building has been astonishing and extraordinarily pleasing. I guess that's the best word that I can come up with. The commitment has been unrelenting. The Wireless Bureau, the Public Safety Bureau, the Wireline Bureau, the Office of Engineering and Technology, the Media Bureau on all of the Title II stuff, the Office of Strategic OSP, Office of Strategic Plans and Policy. Every corner of this building has had a part. At some points, there have been as many as 100 people working on the rules. As a consequence, over the last 5 years, as you know, the FCC released approximately 10 sets of rules and is still working on some. During this period, the Commission adopted rules requiring closed captioning programming that had been shown on television to contain those captions when delivered via Internet protocol. New rules or reinstated the rules on video description for television programming, required access to televised emergencies for people who are blind or visually impaired, required capabilities on all types, shapes, and sizes of video programming equipment to get those captions and video description and emergency access to end user viewers, required user interfaces on video programming to be accessible to people who are blind or visually impaired, required access to advanced communication services and products, including services such as email and instant messaging and text messaging, as well as the products used with those various communication services, required access to web browsers on mobile phones. The CBA was instrumental in providing authority for our text to 911 regulations, required VoIP providers, interconnected providers to contribute to our telecommunications relay service fund to help the sustainability of that fund, set up a national deafblind equipment distribution program for people who are low income and deafblind to receive communications equipment, whether it be assistive equipment or mainstream technology equipment, and has helped literally thousands of people in that regard. And looking at Marcia, extraordinary work in that area, and literally changed lives. We have a few things that we're still working on. We have a few outstanding notices of proposed rulemaking, some on user interface issues, one on expanding the definition of TRS. On circulation, we have an item on hearing aid compatibility. Our work is not done. We're going to push ahead and try to get as much done as we can to complete this, but we've met As we've pointed out in the past, we met all deadlines. There was one slightly adjusted for the shutdown last year, but 2 years ago. But we've seen really a stupendous effort here at the Commission to work swiftly and effectively to implement this law. And I just can't thank enough the people of the Disability Rights Office, many of whom are in this room. If you're here, please stand. And of course, we have Greg and Susie, as well as so many people that are not here today. And I also want to give a shout out and tremendous thanks to the two chairmen that have been overseeing this effort and have been so helpful, and their staffs for enabling us to implement the law. But I also want to mention the people, at least there's a core group, and that's Rosaline, if you could stand, Eric Bridges, and Mark Reichert. These three individuals, plus Jennifer Simpson and I, at the time of the efforts to draft the CVAA, were the ones that negotiated the clauses and were on the ground, let's put it that way, along with many other people around this table that worked on the Coalition of Organizations for Accessible Technology. And the camaraderie that was developed through that was extraordinary. Many challenging moments. There were compromises that had to be made, with any piece of legislation or any regulation that's going to happen. But through thick and thin, the core group pushed ahead, and it was with the support of so many people. I can't start naming you all because I know I'm going to leave somebody out, but so many people around this table. I also want to thank industry because, so many of the companies and so many of the associations were so helpful in reaching compromise and consensus and enabling this to go through. Very often, some of us look at each other and say, how did we do this? In a time when there was so much conflict in our legislature, and we got this momentous piece of legislation enacted, and we are just so grateful to everyone sitting around this room to have made this happen and look at what it has done. It has changed the world, literally. I mean, we think it has. Others out in other countries come to us constantly. We are constantly meeting with people either here or abroad to share what we've done. We are looked at as the model for the world, and it's because of everybody sitting around here. So, with that, with that introduction, please enjoy lunch, and after lunch, grab a piece of cake. And Elaine is going to talk about lunch. And after lunch, when you get your cake, if you'd like to hear from Eric and Mark and Rosaline a little bit, the floor is open to you. And this was unrehearsed, so they didn't know that I was going to do this. But we're sure that Mark in particular can use his improvisational abilities to fill in. So thank you, and happy anniversary. I'm going to turn it over to Elaine.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, I look forward to that. We'll get back together in about an hour, about 1:10 after the lunch break. Again, I want to thank AT&T. AT&T has provided a very nice lunch for the DAC members, for the alternates and the subcommittees, and of course the interpreters and the support staff. The lunch is down the hallway when you exit the right door of this room, down the hallway. In the first training room on the left. I guess just follow the others and you'll get there. Also, I wanted to make sure that when you get back, you might not want to take your seat right away. You might want to get to one of the tables, either on this side or that table right where the breakfast was, to pick up a piece of cake. And then we'll be looking forward to Eric and Mark and Rosaline's few words about the CVAA anniversary.
And just let me add, if anybody else wants to say anything at that point, we could have a free-for-all. So if you'd like to comment, you can. Enjoy lunch and enjoy the cake.
take their seats so we can reconvene for our meeting. We really need to get back onto the program. Okay, this is Claude. First of all, I had a conversation with the DRO management and CGB management, and we need to have some clarification regarding my own personal votes from this morning. I had chosen not to participate in today's votes on the two motions due to the fact that I had decided on technical grounds I would reserve my vote in case we had a tie. You know, with any motion, in my other experiences with groups, it tends to be that the chair does not vote unless needed to break a tie as the last resort. But after some dialogue with the FCC folks, we agreed that I should go ahead and vote on both of those motions as well to get them on the record. So from this point on, Susan and I, as co-chairs, if we notice that there's a contentious vote and the numbers are close, she and I will vote last, because sometimes we may find ourselves breaking a tie or swaying the vote one way or the other. So, anyway, for this morning, I wanted to be on the record that as Claude Stout, I support both motions and recommendations from Zainab's work group as well as from the Advanced Communication Services Subcommittee. So now, the FCC management wanted to suggest to everybody that from this point forward, if we are considering a motion that we get the sense that everybody's in favor of, we can ask the body if we can vote by acclamation. And if there's no dissenting votes, we will put that on the record, that it was unanimous. I believe that it will save us time rather than voting individually. But if there is somebody who wants the individual votes and wants to hear the yes, no's, and abstentions, we will definitely go back to voting one by one via a roll call vote. Is that all right with the group? Are there any concerns or objections to this approach? Seeing none, thank you very much. So we will now move on to our CVAA celebration. Elaine has asked that we hear from Mark, Eric, and Rosaline so that they can share some of their experiences on implementing the CVAA. So with that, I turn it over to the three of you.
Here. Is KPS back yet? Is she back yet?
No. Did Karen leave for lunch?
I think she may be back. Good afternoon. Mark Reichert here. I'm not sure why I get to go first. I was going to suggest that maybe ladies should go first, but my mother won't be happy that I'm not making that happen. But it's what does one want to say about our experience with the CVAA? All the things I'd love to say would be things I'd like to say if Karen were here, but perhaps she will be watching this. She may come back. In all seriousness, I can honestly tell you that over the course of 20 years working in the blindness and vision impairment advocacy space, there are a lot of things that can cause you a lot of frustration. Lord knows, anytime you're talking about public policy, it's a slow-going process, and sometimes you kind of leave meetings pretty frustrated. There are a couple of times, though, when you look back and you say, "Wow, Okay, now let the laudits begin. Thank you. See, I was just kind of stalling until you came back. I was begging to have Karen come back. So it's true. There were about 5 of us, 3 up here, Eric, Rosalie, and myself, Karen, and a colleague who's not present today, Jennifer Simpson, who at that time was working for the American Association of People with Disabilities. And we really ended up becoming very, very close. We felt like brothers and sisters, and with all the good and the fun that means. Any of you I'm an only child. I know that comes as a shock to just about everybody in this room. But in any case, we really learned a lot, I think, from each other. Not only sort of work under fire, under pressure. There were definitely those last-minute moments where literally things were being written on the fly, if you will, and you really had to kind of roll with it. But for some of us who are, frankly, not expert in much of anything, some of us are kind of generalists. Some of us are a little jealous of people who get to be experts in their fields. To watch a genuine expert at work is an amazing, powerful thing. It is a work of art to put together a complex piece of legislation, to think through all of the, not only the technical issues, but how to, in the most succinct fashion possible, put it in black and white, to build consensus around it. And just speaking for myself as someone who is not an expert in communications-related issues, it was incredible to watch a true expert at work. And, of course, we're talking about our very own Karen Pelt-Strauss. So I want to make sure that we appreciate, Karen, you for your advocacy, your commitment to people with disabilities. This has been a life's work of yours, I know. I hope you know how much you have impacted the lives of all people with disabilities. It is not an exaggeration to say that the CVAA is the most significant, certainly disability policy since the enactment of the landmark Americans with Disabilities Act. God bless you. Thank you so much for being a friend to our community. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
So hi, this is Rosaline, and I echo Mark's sentiments as well. And thank Karen for bringing me on board to that effort as part of the National Association of the Deaf.
The best decision ever.
Ha ha! It was certainly the most gratifying experience of my professional career. And I'll just share with you that my daughter, who is deaf, who is now 25, tells me that she's watching a TV program on her laptop, and she says, "Thank you, Mom," because it has captions. So when it becomes that personal, when everybody has a personal connection, and we found people in the industry, we found people on Capitol Hill, we find people all over the place that have a connection to the disability community, if not directly, then indirectly. They know somebody in their family, their neighbor. And that's really what drives this, because it's a universal issue, and it knows no political agenda. It knows nothing, but this is what we have to do, and it's the right thing to do. We worked very closely with industry, can I just say, almost daily, with the alphabet soup of all the wonderful industry associations, and particularly and very closely with AT&T, with Verizon, and with U.S. Telecom drafting the second version of the bill that was introduced in 2008. We spent many, many months negotiating provisions of the bill, and we got their support as a result when it was reintroduced, which made a world of difference. So it just was a great, wonderful experience working with everybody in the coalition, all 300 plus disability-related organizations that joined over time. And it was just a great experience, and I am honored to have the opportunity to then move here to the commission and continue to work with all of the stakeholders, consumers and industry alike, as well as the regulators now actually implementing it. So this past 5 years for me has just been a whirlwind continued. So just thank you very much for all of your continued support, and this has just been a great ride. Eric?
Yeah. So there's really nothing left to be said, I guess. It's all been said, but I guess what I would contribute to this is that as the process started in 2007, I came to work at ACB in June of 2007 and really knew the least of any of the individuals involved about telecommunications and communications law and what was going to be going into the draft that would become the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. All I knew is that I didn't have equal access to the devices that I owned or that were being provided to me by a former employer as my sighted peers. Devices that had a direct impact on my level of productivity. I worked on Capitol Hill before I came to ACB. I did a fellowship through the Brookings Institution for Congressman John Klein, and I had a very difficult time getting real-time information. And part of the reason why was the cell phone manufacturer did not produce an accessible cell phone. And so I was not able to email or text with my colleagues from hearings that I was staffing the congressman on. I was not able to get that information in a timely fashion. I had to carry a laptop around with me everywhere, which wasn't very much fun at all. And so when I got to ACB, this had already started, and I was essentially drinking from a fire hose and learning from some people that I quickly learned were subject matter experts, be it Karen or Rosaline, dealing with the needs of the deaf and hard of hearing community. And as I got to know Claude and Lisa Hamlin and others, the needs of that particular community, but then also with Mark and the folks from AFB, and learning some of the intricacies regarding policy. Because, as I said, I knew what I didn't have. I knew what other blind people didn't have. And as we went along through this journey, it was eye-opening, to say the very least. And one of the most thrilling rides I'll probably ever have in my career. The amount of meetings that we went through with various industry associations and individual companies was immense. And it was mainly just the five of us at different times, meeting with very senior people, policy people, legal folks within these organizations. And you learned quickly. You learned quickly what you could stand to do without, and the areas where you needed to stand up. And I guess the one thing that will stick with me forever is this business of regulation will stifle innovation. And the thing that always stuck with me about that was, at that time, there was really not much innovation going on regarding the issues that the blind community cared about the most. And being able to come to an agreement with industry on in areas that meant the most to us, be it accessible wireless devices, as well as something that we're already seeing and going to see over the next year is, actually being able to access all of the features on your cable box or TV. Those are things that blind people, frankly, have never had in our existence, and those are now available to us and will be increasingly more available to us over the next year, and it's because of this EVAA, and it's fantastic. So when I go home at night, I can, or tonight, I can look back at the wonderful win by the Chicago Cubs last night that I didn't get to watch because I DVR'd it because I was in meetings all evening last night. I know they won, but I wish to relive it. And guess what? I can because I have an accessible cable box. And it's something that we work very hard for. So with that, I'd like to recognize the folks in the room that helped us get to where we are today. There's still much more to be done. My hope is that we don't have to come back to Capitol Hill to do more of this work as technology continues to evolve and sort of merge. I would like very much for us as a advocacy community to continue to work with the various industries that are represented in here to ensure that those products or services are accessible to us and not have to go through another arduous process. But please understand that is an avenue that we may have to take. I would just hope that we would all be able to work together. Thanks.
So I just want to say really, really quickly, a tremendous thanks to Mark and Rosaline and Eric, and especially for the recognition. This was not planned. But to reiterate that even though it's a quite often stated phrase, it does really take a village, and I could not have been in the company of better villagers. Thank you so much for all you do. Yeah.
This is Susan, and I just want to also acknowledge the technology work that was done as foundation to help move this forward. The Telecommunications Access Project at Gallaudet, Judy Harkin, work moving forward with Christian Vogler, a lot of work that was done at TDI and NAD prior, I think was also a very big help. And while they may not have been involved in all the negotiations, they really had the knowledge base available to help us all discuss these things more intelligently.
And Jeff Kramer is raising
Oh, and Jeff Kramer? Sorry.
Test. This is Claude speaking. I would also like to add my, especially to the CVAA and the folks that have already been speaking, Mark and Rosalind, and Andrew Phillips with the NAD. I would like to emphasize that consumer groups have done a fabulous job through the years filing public comments because without our voice, without those comments, without those filings, without our arguments, without that, industry wouldn't have much to go on. And final decisions couldn't be made without sometimes heated discussions and compromises. The FCC wouldn't know what to go on before they made the right decision. The FCC has made a lot of good decisions through their work with consumer groups. So I would like to thank the consumer groups and the industry for their support of the FCC and the work being done here.
Thank you. And Jeff Kramer.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Claude. I'm trying to not to get too emotional about this. It is an amazing accomplishment, what we've done, and the fact that the law's been in place for 5 years, and the Commission's done a fantastic job implementing it. It was something that it really was part of, it kind of lived with me day in and day out, trying to make sure that we got this done right. And I know we spent a lot of time with a lot of people in rooms making sure that we started to move forward on implementation of this law. I know we had some backlash and some people who were not quite on board, but we continue to do that. And I want to thank everyone for the time they spent and just the personal implementation that people took to make sure that we move forward on this law. So I guess I'm kind of fumbling here, but I know we all spending a lot of time in rooms and working on implementation of this law, and spending time on the Hill and with our respective organizations to make sure that it happened. And thank you.
Thank you. Mark, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you. Mark, just a quick comment. We really would be remiss if we didn't make the point, those of us who were on the steering committee of the Coalition of Organizations for Accessible Technology, or COAT, to recognize a few, in particular, key industry partners, certainly AT&T, Verizon, U.S. Telecom. We would not have the CVAA without that key core partnership. There are an awful lot of industry groups who we worked with who I think we achieved some really good, solid, sound, I think pretty, moderate, revolutionary for folks with disabilities, but from the standpoint of good balanced public policy, I think we did we achieved some good balances, and a lot of groups helped us do that, but none more than those three groups that I mentioned. And we wouldn't have a law without that key partnership. I think it's a model, frankly, for what the disability community can do when there are key partnerships. You look at other examples in the last 10 years or so, the disability community, I think, was very successful at achieving some important changes to the Americans with Disabilities Act, and they were able to do that. We were able to do that thanks to key partnerships with the Chamber and a few other groups, and I think we accomplished essentially the same kind of thing here by reaching out, and that's absolutely a model. The one other thing I want to say, while I've got the microphone, is sometimes it's hard to explain to your mother what you do for a living, especially if all you do is talk and write, talk more than write. And so your mom says to you, "So what did you do?" "Oh, well, I'm going to the White House today for a signing ceremony for a bill that I wrote." "Oh, you wrote that? You wrote the whole thing?" No, Mom, I really didn't write the whole thing. There's maybe one or two sentence fragments in the thing." And she says, "Sentence fragments? That's all you do?" And I said, "Well, yes, but they're really important sentence fragments." And she doesn't understand that. But I think a lot of people can, honestly, and some of us, frankly, who do public policy stuff ourselves can miss the point. I mean, yes, all of the specific rules and the work that this commission has done to implement the CVA, absolutely critical. There's no doubt about that. But ultimately, when you work on these sort of policy issues, it's really about changing the way that a society, frankly, thinks about these issues. And I would submit, even be well above and beyond the particulars of the CVAA and particular provisions of any of the reports and orders that have been issued here, people are thinking more about disability and accessibility more than they ever have before. And some people may think of it from the cynical standpoint of, good grief, those guys in Washington are trying to regulate the heck out of us. I think most people, however, are saying, you know what? The disability community is tired of being shut out of all of this cool and, frankly, very important technology. And, wow, they really got their act together, and they got some attention for it, and people understand that this is an important need. So I'm so pleased to have been a part of this, certainly have learned a lot, but, wow, the biggest sort of takeaway for me is that the real impact of public policy, even well beyond specific the P's and Q's of legislation, is this ability to change or shift the dialectic. So it's great to be part of that.
Okay, I'm just going to say one more thing, and then actually I'm off to visit your Chicago Cubs, Eric, by car. That's why I'm leaving. I'm getting ready to drive to Chicago, for those of you who have not yet heard. But Mark, you did a lot more than sentence fragments, and it is because of you and Eric and Paul and others in the blind community, but primarily the two of you, that is the reason that the blind community and visually impaired community now has accessible user interfaces, have video description, have accessible web interfaces, or have accessible browsers, web browsers. See, I'm losing it, okay? This is when I should stop talking. Web browsers on mobile phones. It is because of the two of you. You pushed and pushed, and you were the ones that got it in. So it was an extraordinary experience. I just want to leave with one last comment. I think Eric or one of you mentioned that the last minute changes, this is in writing legislation, it's bizarre. The last minute changes were actually handwritten by the Senate staffer and in the conference, and no one could read them after she wrote them. And it, I mean, Jeff is nodding his head, yes. And so we had to figure out what she meant because they were never transcribed. What? Yeah, it was hysterical. And that's just one of the many stories that we could tell you, that of things that went on. But no one could figure out what she wrote. And I don't know, yet it became law. So I guess that's what we can end on. Thank you again.
Well, thank you.
This is Claude. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. One last thing, and last but not least, I would like to recognize Christian. Before Christian starts speaking, I would like to make sure that is Michelle here? Michelle Burlow? Is Michelle here yet? She's not yet. Oh, she is here. She is here. Okay. If you could hold on for just 2 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Okay, thank you. And Christian, please, go ahead.
God bless. Just waiting to get the camera on Christian. Thank you. Christian Vogler speaking again. I want to thank Susan for recognizing all of the people who worked so hard sort of technically with the technology. But the Gallaudet University Technology Access Program certainly didn't work alone. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize 2 other institutes who did a lot of the work. The Trace Center at the University of Wisconsin. Thank you. Greg van der Heijden specifically played a tremendous role. And a Swedish company, Omnitor, with Gunnar Hellström. We owe them, of course, a great debt of gratitude, and we'd be remiss if we didn't also thank them at this time.
Christian, thank you for bringing that up. And at this time, we have a special guest who has come here from the Wireline Commercial Competition Bureau. And she is going to come and talk about the upcoming NPRM on the switch to the IP network, and she will talk more in depth about that. So if she could please come forward, please. Ms. Burlove, if she could please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for letting me come and speak briefly with you today. I heard someone, when I came in, mention the importance of the public comment process, which is exactly why I am here before you today, to implore you to provide us with whatever comments you have on the issues that were laid out in the August 2015 Technology Transitions Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. We can't address issues that aren't brought to our attention. The more robust record the Commission has to work with, the better the work is that we can do for industry, for the public, consumers, for everybody. The Notice of Proposed Rulemaking or the summary has now been published, so the comment process is underway. Comments are due October 26th. And reply comments will be due November 24th. So we really encourage you to please provide us with comments. I assure you, we read everything that comes our way, every last word of it, and so your hard work will not go to waste. Please don't be shy.
Well, if you could stick around. Thank you, Michelle. If you could stick around, we're just about to have our report from the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee, and I think there might be some questions for you about the comment process after that report.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Ms. Berlov, I appreciate that. We are pleased to have the Relay Office and Distribution Subcommittee report from Brenda Kelly Fry and Angie Officer.
Okay. Does she want to come up to the table?
Angie, you want to come on over? Good afternoon, DAC members, FCC staff, and everyone. First, I would like to thank Angie Officer for replacing me at the last DAC meeting. I was sick and couldn't make it. She filled in and so appropriately ran the meeting and did a fantastically fabulous job, so thank you. I appreciate having you by my side. My name is Brenda Kelly Fry. Angie Officer and I are co-chairs of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. We have worked very, very hard with the three different working groups. The working groups are the Equipment and Training Working Group, Quality of Service Working Group, and the Technology Working Group. At this point, we do not have any recommendations for the DAC. However, we would like to provide a progress report to the membership. Now I'm going to talk about the Equipment and Training Working Group report. They are pleased to report that our work is well underway to propose comments to the DAC for review and file in FCC's docket GN 13-5, which is what we were just talking about. Regarding the transition of communications networks to the Internet Protocol networks. Now, although proposed comments drafted thus far might be insightful and thorough, this Equipment and Training Working Group believes additional time will then prepare us or permit us the opportunity to then address additional relevant subject areas that have been identified. We would like to solicit input from the DAC subcommittee members to best formulate a comprehensive set of recommendations. And this working group believes that these activities therefore warrant a later submission deadline to file either comments or reply comments or an ex parte letter to respond to the docket GN 13-5. We have some draft recommendations for the technology transition, and I'm going to outline them right now. And these are not limited to just these. We are going to ask the DAC to please send Angie and I any thoughts, comments, concerns that you may have on this transition, and then we will work towards incorporating them with our comments or reply comments or ex parte, whatever it ends up being. But you will hear from us, that's for sure. So our recommendations are a list of equipment and services that must be compatible, a list of accessible formats that must be used to ensure people with disabilities that they be notified, and what groups and entities should be notified of a potential impact by this transition. Emphasis on the need to address people who only use legacy technologies, for example, TTYs, as we were talking about this morning with the RTT topic. Assert the need for a comparable affordability for services transitioning from phone lines to the Internet. Recommended transition timelines where previous new services should be operating in tandem. Now, consumer use cases where high-definition voice may or may not be sufficient, and recommend the implementation timetables. So the next steps would include the further review to identify possible recommendations for technology transitions, including topic areas such as network capacity and reliability, service quality, device and service interoperability, services for individuals with disabilities, including compatibility with assistive technologies, PSAP and 911 service, cybersecurity, service functionality, and coverage. This working group looks forward to working with the DAC and the FCC to identify processes and timelines that will culminate in the submission of a comprehensive set of recommendations for the DAC's review and approval for filing to the GN docket 13-5. And a special thanks goes out to Marsha Brooks and James Forstall for their outstanding leadership on these efforts in that working group. Next, I'm going to report on this quality of service working group. Our goals in this working group are to set quality standards and metrics for each type of TRS, including how each form of TRS should be measured. So we concluded that the independent testing would be the best way to measure service performance for TRS. And we know that MITRE, M-I-T-R-E, is currently conducting usability surveys on IPCTS. Examine the process of making a TRS call both from the perspective of a deaf person originating the call and a hearing person who is originating the call. A member reported that he had experienced a high rate of hang-ups when a hearing person calls to a deaf person through TRS. And he believes that this may be because most hearing people are just not familiar with TRS and are confused when they try to call the deaf person and reach a message about TRS, and then they hang up. Hearing people need relay to communicate with deaf people just as much as deaf people need relay to communicate with hearing people. 3, IPCTS. We need to come up with an IPCTS standards. Now, while it's generally agreed that there are FCC TRS standards, there is disagreement that there are FCC IPCTS standards. The fact that there is disagreement is proof that such standards are vague, if existing. It is extremely difficult to compare the quality and the cost of the various IPCTS products available if there are no comparative standards. There must be an FCC docket on the same issue, and if so, we would assume that the FCC would advise the DAC not to reinvent the wheel if the matter is being explored. We encourage the FCC to develop and state the IPCTS standards. Four, to ensure a consistently reliable caller experience, this working group recommends that the relay operators be required to meet quality standards, especially in instances where typing and use of ASL are both in use by the relay operator during a call. And 5, to continue the discussion on plans to develop minimum qualifications for video interpreters in VRS, for example, minimum standards for a skilled-based routing service, and the use of VIs should the Commission adopt a new rule allowing skill-based routing services for VRS. Now, this group also went on to discuss how we might take this large objective and break it down into smaller tasks. And the group identified that there are 4 main categories of relay calls. We will want to consider each group as we review the quality standards. And these groups are TRS and IP relay as 1, speech-to-speech as 2, IP CTS as 3, and VRS as the 4th. And I'd like to specially thank Dixie Ziegler and Claude Stout for leading this task group. And the last working group is technology. David Bahar, Christian Vogler, and the technology working group provided the white paper about real-time text, RTT, to the DAC RTT ad hoc working group. David and Christian are currently members of the DAC RTT ad hoc working group. Now, this working group decided at its inaugural meeting on the 26th of August that they would start working with the RTT draft initially produced by this technology working group. Going forward, the DAC RTT ad hoc working group is essentially taking the lead on this particular project, as well as the plan for an RTT demonstration per the FCC RTT ad hoc working group agreement. We're very, very proud of this technology group for taking the lead with the draft white paper for RTT. Thank you. The technology group will meet next week to discuss which items they need to focus on. So as you can see, we've been incredibly busy with the 3 working groups under the relay and equipment subcommittees. We're extremely proud of our subcommittee members, and it's truly a team effort to accomplish all of these items. And I would like to, again, encourage you all, members, community, to send us comments, your comments, on the proposed rules as related to the transition of IP-based communication needs to both Angie and I. We'll take them as well as our working group's comments and other working groups' comments and try to incorporate them in our reply comments. Thank you very much.
This is Claude. Are there any questions or comments for either Brenda or Angie? I recognize Matt. If anybody else wants to raise a question, they can raise their hand.
Matt?
Okay. Matt Gerst with CTIA, the Wire Association. Thank you very much for your report. Clearly, your working groups have been actively engaged for the last few months since the last committee meeting, and I think we are all looking forward to further work product that these groups are moving forward on. I have a couple questions about the equipment, the relay and equipment distribution working group report. Specifically, and maybe Michelle could help us with this, on the item that you'd like the DAC to provide input to. The report itself highlights, I think, some issues that are raised in the tech transition document. But I guess I'm not clear, and I hope maybe you all could provide some background about where in the item of tech transitions the Commission is requesting comments specifically related to relay and equipment distribution, and where in the report then these concepts are going to be focused on relay and equipment distribution.
This document was released just 2 days ago. I printed it out, and we're looking at the mandatory minimum requirements on paragraph 141. I would suggest that you review paragraphs 111 through 153.
About right. There's an entire section in the further notice of proposed rulemaking in the document that addresses various issues about compatibility with assistive technology, service functionalities. Obviously, I can't tell you necessarily where your issues will specifically fall within any of the varying criteria that we proposed in the further notice of proposed rulemaking, but to the extent that any of those criteria seem to be impacted by the issues that you deal with, whether it's equipment, service, et cetera, we would welcome any comments that we can get from you.
Okay, Susan, do you have a comment? Because I could follow
Susan,
up.
The question I have to the group is it does seem like the issue is actually broader than the committee that you have. And I'm wondering, and I have, Mark, if you want to chime in, if you think if it would make sense to either get some kind of working group or get some collaboration with the advanced communications folks, even a small working group or small group together to look at the issues jointly. I commend you for stepping up to the plate and doing that, but I think if we're going to do a thorough examination or recommendations, it would be helpful to get consensus if we have more people engaged in the process as it is. Mark, do you have any thoughts since you are the co-chair of that subcommittee? Does that make sense? And Brenda and Angie? Mark?
Mark, did you want to reply? Did you want to respond? Oh, he's
okay.
No. Okay,
Angie, Brenda.
So the thought that Angie and I had was that the various subcommittees could meet, discuss it, and then forward their thoughts and concerns to us. We'll incorporate it in the reply comments if we feel that it's necessary to get together with representatives of those particular subcommittees. We will pull together a meeting, a phone conference, and we'll hash over their concerns as compared to everybody else's concerns and put it into one document.
My concern with that is that I don't think there's been enough thought from the other groups. I mean, I just see we get a lot of consensus when it seems to be a jointly authored document. I understand there is some time issues, and so I would propose either a separate ad hoc group that would incorporate some expertise from other representative organizations just to make sure we're covering it thoroughly. But I'd also like to get thoughts back from some of the other folks and the folks at the FCC.
Greg, and then Elaine.
This is Greg.
Greg.
Let me begin with where does this all come from? How did it start? How did it get into this particular DAC relay and equipment distribution subcommittee? And how did it get on their agenda? And let me clarify. That particular subcommittee, the relay and equipment distribution, came up with the issue themselves. It's not in response to the NPRM. They decided they wanted to establish this as a priority issue from the beginning of DAC. And DAC as a body recognized it because they had seen that their experiences in IP network interfered with vocal quality, for example. There were numerous issues in their perception that they wanted to bring to the conversation. At the same time, there was this ongoing issue about IP transition led by WCB, the technology transition, and so they wanted to take advantage and reply to that NPRM at the same time. So it was an issue of timing, as well as this is an ongoing process because it is such a large transition, and the FCC is kicking off with the technology transition initiative. I believe that happened in January 2014. and has been working on it since. So I would suggest still send in your comments and input on an ongoing basis rather than waiting to have all the details and to have a comprehensive set of recommendation, because time is working against us a little bit. Now, if we're talking about logistics, as in establishing a separate subcommittee or work group, that's fine. But I don't know if that can happen in the short time frame we have left that will enable us to respond to the NPRM. It's just a suggestion I had, was go ahead, identify the issues, share it with them, and at the same time we'll work on a parallel process. Perhaps you all can decide if you want to leave it to the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee, or maybe borrow some members from other subcommittees and form a separate work group. Because if we're setting up a separate work group, we're going to end up with about 10 different working groups altogether. Just a thought.
So this is Matt Gerst, CTA, if I can follow up. Thank you, Greg, for that background. And I want to just clarify that please don't take my remarks to be suggesting that these aren't issues that the Disability Advisory Committee shouldn't be considering. My question is that this document is drafted in a way to suggest that these are, as Susan pointed out, there's a broader scope of issues related to the tech transition, the IP transition, broader than relay services and relay equipment. If this working group is focused on developing recommendations specific to relay services and relay equipment and how those are handled in the IP transition, that to me makes a lot of sense for that group to be taking on that task. If it's a broader goal of trying to come up with recommendations around how to address awareness among consumers for how accessibility solutions will be handled in a post-IP transition environment, to Susan's point, that might be a alternative group or ad hoc group or even maybe the communications group that takes a look at that, because it would seem to be a much broader scope of issues. So that was what my question was trying to inquire about, is if you could provide some clarity for the committee so we can help to evaluate whether, this is something that is specific to relay services and equipment, which would seem to make sense, or where it is, or whether this is a broader issue that needs to be reconsidered in terms of a different path.
This is Brenda, and it is focused mainly on the equipment side. The organization, another organization that I belong to, which is the Telecommunications Equipment Distribution Program Association, we were the ones that kind of started the talking about and realizing that we have legacy equipment, we have POTS equipment that is out there, and then AT&T says, hey, we're going to do away with landlines, we're going to go IP. Then we say, okay, fine, now what do? We've got people with legacy equipment, we've got to notify them that their equipment may not work when it goes wireless. How are we going to handle this? How are we going to do this? So that's where our focus was. It's really the equipment and training working group that kind of came up with this way back when we first formed the DAC, as Greg said. So that's where our focus will be. But if anybody has any feedback, we're opening it up. We don't want to close it to just our group, which is very, very knowledgeable and very competent, but we want to open it up. So if you have any comments, feel free to feed it into us. We'll incorporate it. But then, of course, you guys can feel free to incorporate, you guys can feel free to comment in your own working groups as well.
So this is Matt at CTI, just to respond. So that helps a lot, actually. So if the focus is on, this is about relay equipment and the impact of the IP transition on relay equipment, that is a pretty specific focus that I think it does make sense for this working group to be taking a look at that and coming up with ideas and recommendations for the advisory committee to study. So my suggestion would just be, on a going forward basis, and whatever is brought back to the DAC from that committee, be specific to the impact on relay equipment, and I think that would help to clarify the issue or the question that I had. The only other thing I wanted to raise is a comment, a question procedurally about the development of comments for purposes of submission by the DAC into this proceeding. I use as example the RTT ad hoc working group. The recommendation that we adopted unanimously today, was based out of consensus discussion about what the right approach was to having a broad group of stakeholders with diverse viewpoints weighing in on a single document. And our approach came to, it seemed like raising questions and trying to get consensus around general concepts was a really, I think, much more fruitful process, and ultimately ended up with a unanimous decision, which I think is credit to that group for focusing on that effort. My concern is in drafting comments, those get into very specific points of view and specific positions on how to respond to particular questions the Commission might have raised. And so I wonder if the working group might consider taking an approach that looks more at recommendations, looks more at raising questions or things that need to be considered, and allowing individual parties who are members of the DAC on their own basis to file comments. It's not, again, not to say that we shouldn't go down that path, but it just would seem to me as an approach to sort of seek consensus, build consensus among the diverse viewpoints in this group that approach might be something you might want to consider.
Susan?
And my point is in alignment with what Matt was saying. I just want to make sure at the end of the day that when it comes to a vote, that there's been enough input from people from different backgrounds. And again, if your focus is on the equipment loan program, and it's a great focus, then that's great. But I think if we could possibly have some folks who have technical background on IP transition as well engaged by your group directly, that can lead to greater consensus. Because if there are any issues, and there may not be, but if there are, it's better to raise it in the small group to understand. I mean, we all know we have a common purpose here. We want to make things as accessible as possible, but there may be a knowledge base that and I certainly don't have it because I'm not a technology person, that could be helpful in the process. So I'm definitely not trying to slow things down, and I'm definitely not trying to build silos or empires or anything like that. But so if that could be done, I just think it could save time and heartache later, because I think we really do want to get to the right point, and we have to work together to do that. And if we can address any of the concerns, whether they're technology or fears or whatever, it just ends up with a better end product. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. And that was certainly not our intent, was to not build silos, but it was to be all-inclusive. So if people want to join us and want to participate, the more the merrier. We will be having a working group meeting today after the DAC concludes. So please feel free to come and give us your opinions, and certainly if you can't, emails are most appropriate as well. But I do want to clarify one thing. I've been kind of talking about relay equipment because it was not intended to be only limited to relay equipment. It's also assistive technology that needs to be considered as well. So it's relay equipment and assistive technology that we're going to be working on.
This is Claude. Are there any other, while we are working on this report, do we have any other questions for Michelle? Any questions for Michelle? I want to make sure that she's not left out. So, Brenda, you are finished with your report at this time, correct?
We are.
Are you done? Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your excellent report. There weren't any recommendations made today, but thank you. Okay. So, Susan is going to take it from here. So, Susan?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work, and it is tremendous effort. And the next report we'll have is from the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. Tony Dunn and Richard Ray will share the progress that they're making so far. And please start.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, Richard Ray and I would like to share some information about the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. The report we have to share is on Media Communication Line Services, and it's abbreviated MCLS, as well as ITRS and N11 interactions. The MCLS working group, co-chaired by Mark Fletcher and Blake Reed, met to update the document. This document was originally developed by Donna Platt and Chris Littlewood and was approved during the FCC's Emergency Access Advisory Committee, the EAAC, meeting on March 1st in 2013. The main goal of the MCLS is direct service via video, point-to-point call connected to a PSAP for people with hearing and speech disabilities, utilizing various communication combinations of technologies such as video, text, voice, and data, so that they have the same connectivity as any other caller would. The concept of the MCLS is similar to the language service that PSAPs utilize today to provide translations with foreign language interpreting services. These services facilitate communication with a caller who speaks a different language than the telecommunicator. In that scenario, the PSAPs pay for those types of services. MCLS service in the next generation of E911 and in the NG next generation environment in 911 requires further discussion. Additionally, the transition plan to take over a period. The transition plan would take a period of time until Next Gen 911 is fully implemented. So this needs to be explored and developed. The next step for this working group is to begin a dialogue on how MCLS and ACE would interface with the E911 and NG911 environment. Further discussion is necessary. Therefore, the target date for submitting this report, or a report, has been postponed to January 2016. This will allow us some time to work on the project. In the meantime, we'll convene a meeting very soon, and this subcommittee and a representative from ACE will be in attendance to discuss their project. Initially, the target deadline for the draft report to the subcommittee on MCLS updated with a summary of recommendations was for on September 8th, and a comprehensive final recommendation on September 24th to be submitted for DAC review. However, it was agreed and necessary to submit a report at a later date. And so we would like to postpone this report until the next meeting, which is February 2016. Our group continues to work on N11 calling through TRS. The subcommittee's N11 working group is preparing a report on the issues, and will be collaborating with the DAC's Relay Subcommittee to provide recommendations to the full DAC in a near future meeting. And also, we have a subcommittee meeting following this meeting as well, and we look forward to having some more discussions on WIA, as well as some of these issues that I've just raised. Thank you.
So are there any questions for this committee? It sounds like you've been busy, and you will continue to keep busy. Any thoughts? Okay, then we can move to new business. And Claude?
Okay. Before we move along to the new business section of our agenda, I wanted to mention two things. Susie would like to talk about the upcoming event that will occur on November 10th. Susie? Oh, thank you, Claude. I just wanted to share with the group here. Let me wait for the camera to get... Okay, there we go. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Claude, for this opportunity. I wanted to let everyone know that we are going to have an event on November the 10th to address the issue of captioning of public education and governmental programming. It's called PEG for short. Our acronym is PEG for that. And we were asked by the community to host this event. It's going to be a roundtable event, and we are going to have many wonderful contributors, and it will be on the web. I encourage you to either come in person or participate virtually through email or on the web. Send in your questions, and we would like to hear your questions about this topic. We will have a mixture of industry, consumers, and so forth at the event, all related to PEG programming. And the event will be held from 1 to 5 that day. And again, the date is November 10th. If you have any questions or would like further information about that, please let me know. We are going to be releasing more information about that on the web shortly. Okay, thank you. This is Claude. Some of you may not know what PEG channels are. This is public education and governmental programming. So if you have any cable subscriptions, often you'll see, like, for example, your county's local television station will have programming throughout the day. They might show civic meetings or your local county government commissioners meeting or public access kinds of things on television. Often those very local shows, even fun things like cooking demonstrations and stuff, those shows are often inaccessible to deaf people due to the lack of captioning. So the questions that we're going to be asked during that event hopefully will be coming from deaf and hard of hearing people who are paying their cable subscription just like anyone else but don't have access to that. They're not benefiting from the programming on those local channels. Not only that, it's a little ironic that we are paying property taxes, which end up going to the county to provide for those shows to be shown. So there are franchise agreements with the cable providers using government funds. So this event is going to address some very interesting questions and issues raised by that, and I would like to thank the FCC and commend them for hosting this event. And see where we can move forward on this this issue going forward. Oh, Claude, your comments actually remind me. This is Susie speaking. There's related to this event. You talked about the legal obligations of programmers and different stations and broadcasters about PEG program captioning. And what are the benefits, the obligations, and so forth of providing captioning efforts? Secondly, what are the best practices in captioning for these kinds of programs? The technical challenges, for example, what are the best practices and so forth. So we're going to be looking at all of those things, and it'll be a great exchange of information and an opportunity for the community to exchange information too and really have a dialogue. And in the third area that we face is how to expand the number of programming that has captions available. Because at this point, we need to look at some of the strategies that are innovative and that will help to expand the number of captioned shows, because many are exempt, but they want to do the captioning even though they are legally exempt. So we want to talk about different strategies where we can help with that, and those three main areas are what we hope to cover during our roundtable event. So thank you, Claude, for reminding me of that and giving me the opportunity to talk about that here today. Claude speaking here. Now we have Elaine, who would like to make a few announcements, and then we'll move on to new business. So, Elaine?
Thanks a lot, Claude. I'd like to take this opportunity to, again, thank AT&T for the delicious breakfast and lunch. I think we all really appreciated that, and thank you so much. Before we forgot, I also would like to thank the great FCC staff that made this so successful and possible. Chantal Vergil at CAOD and her staff, and Salita Griffin from our own DRO, and our cake cutters, Rosaline and Elliot. I really, big hand there. I wanted to quickly go through some dates for upcoming DAC meetings. Now, these are not set in stone, but they're likely, so I thought if you could get them on your calendar now, it would be a good idea. The next meeting is set for February the 23rd. It's in the middle of our snow season, but it is DC's snow season, so it's not really that serious. The next one after that is June the 7th. And then I went ahead and scheduled the fall meeting date because I did not ever want it to fall after October 1st again and be threatened by a government shutdown. So it is scheduled for September the 22nd. So those are the 3 dates. If something comes up, I'll let you know, of course. But those, I have reserved this room for those dates. Also, just to reiterate, we do have the upcoming summit on the telecommunication needs of people with cognitive disabilities on October 28th. And, of course, Susie's summit, which is on November 10th. Is that right? Right. Okay. Thank you.
This is Claude. We would like to now move forward with any new business. And what is the committee's pleasure? I recognize Lisa, who has her hand raised. Lisa?
Yeah, Lisa Hamlin here. I'd like to bring up something that I think will help facilitate the meetings here. I have a proposal that we adopt basically a rule of operation where everyone would, any kind of pre-prepared presentation, any reports, whether they're short reports or the long PowerPoint reports, are all provided in advance to everybody, about a week in advance. For example, my short report, if it could be bulleted so that we have it in electronic form ahead of time, so we all have an understanding of what's going to be said, so we can prepare for it better, and it's also accessible to everybody on the committee. So that's my proposal, and I don't know how we want to work with that, but I'd like to put it on the table.
This is Claude. Would anyone like to second Lisa's motion? Carrie, are you seconding? Carrie seconds. Is there any further discussion on Lisa's motion? Anne?
Yes, this is Anne Marie Rohali representing TIA. Given the remarks that Elaine made earlier at the beginning of the meeting about trying to basically follow Robert's rules, having a lot of experience with that, participating in standards committees, I would recommend that the time period actually be longer for items that the committee is asked to vote on. Typically, if organizations are following Robert's rules, it's announced in the agenda 30 days prior, but also the item that is to be voted is released at the same time, and that gives the parties enough time to review what they are going to be voted on. And it's important for many of us who are representatives of organizations, because sometimes we actually have to go back and confer with our colleagues or the members of our organizations, and having just a week may not be long enough.
This is Claude. Any other comments? Any other continuing discussion about Lisa's motion? Susan.
When you're talking about that, if we're talking about a report, because we're only meeting 4 times a year, and 30 days is a significant chunk of that time. Would it be okay just to have the action or the items that would be voted on 30 days in advance and the committee reports a week in advance or 2 weeks in advance? Because I'm afraid we're going to lose a third of what they're doing by being so far in advance.
So this is Anne Marie again. That's exactly what I was suggesting.
Okay.
Yes. For it's more important for the items that are going to be voted upon that they're available at a much earlier date.
This is Elaine. I understand exactly what you're saying. I try to get the items that are going to be voted on out like 2.5 weeks before the meeting. I agree that if it's a month before the meeting, I think we'll lose stuff. I think that we won't get things finished, and then I'll have to tell the subcommittee we'll have to put that off to the next meeting. Is there any compromise? Is there anything we can do that's short of 4 weeks, or 30 days? Maybe we can make it 3 weeks. I think I could do 3 weeks. Also, another thought is I have to get the items that are going to be voted on. I need to put in the Federal Register, so I need to know about the topics that are going to be voted on about roughly 30 days before the meeting, but it might not be the exact language. I just need to know generally what's going to be on the agenda. So would that be enough, or do we need the full text of the resolution or whatever it's going to be 30 days out?
This is Claude. Lisa?
I don't know if this would work, but my suggestion would be to have a draft, because some of these things we have pretty far along in the draft by 4 weeks in advance, but we may be tweaking language. Would that work for you, or work for people who have to take it back? If you see a draft, you know basically what we're talking about, then you know at least what you can provide input. When you see the final, if it goes in a direction you know you're not going to like, you know that right away. With that.
So this is Anne Marie again. I think, I don't know, I'd ask some other people to chime in here. I think, if we had a draft, maybe an early draft, but if we could get the final text, I think maybe 2 weeks ahead of time, that might be sufficient. I don't know if Matt has any thoughts on that.
This is Claude.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment specifically about the comment that was just made? If I see no more hands, perhaps we can move forward with the vote. Is everyone in agreement? Oh, Carrie, yes, you had a comment. Carrie.
I just want to emphasize that I do think having this information in advance is crucial, especially for those of us representing organizations and National Black Deaf Advocates. Every single time someone sends me something, I relay it with the rest of the executive team, and they relay it with the local chapter so that we can get feedback. Because we are trying to put that emphasis on reaching out to folks living in rural areas or in poor homes that do not have internet. That means we mail this stuff out. So that means the people that we're most trying to advocate for don't have enough time to get the information and send it back to us. So I'm very much in favor of as much time as possible in advance we can possibly get this information. We have to remember that we're not speaking for ourselves, we're speaking for a larger community, and their voices deserve to be heard.
This is Claude. I see that Robert wants to say something. Or Ron has something to say. Excuse me.
And to be honest, I think 30 days is too far out. Our working group, we have a series of conference calls that we have. And so sometimes the last conference call, maybe 2 weeks before the full committee meeting. But really nothing that we do in our working group is a surprise, because it is open to the entire DAC, and we try to have the people who are involved with that topic in the working group. I understand that the chairs and sub-chairs of each of these various working groups and subcommittees have been trying to communicate among each other, and so there should be no surprises coming up. Or if they think something should be brought to the attention of the other members, there is some communication going on. But 30 days out, I think, is too far in advance because that means the last 30 days before the meeting, we want to have a very productive working group meeting. And so I'm okay with 2 weeks that Elaine was talking about.
This is Claude. Any more comments? Matt?
Matt Gerst with CTIA. Just a point of order. So you're asking for a vote on what specifically? What is it that we're voting on right now?
This is Claude. Lisa, could you restate your motion so that everyone will know exactly what it is that they're voting on? So, Lisa, can you please restate?
This is Lisa. Okay, I'm going to restate, and then Ann can add. I mean, I'll state the original, and then we can see because now we've gone back and forth, so I'm not sure where we are. But let me state the original, okay? I propose that the DAC adopt a new standard operating procedure having all pre-prepared presentations provided at DAC, including FCC presentations, committee, subcommittee, and working group reports, and any outside expert presentations that will be provided to all DAC members in an accessible electronic form at least 1 week before in advance of each meeting. We understand that some reports may include some last-minute changes that are not in the pre-prepared documents, and in that case, we expect the updated report will also be provided after the meeting.
So this is Matt.
This is Claude. Now, who seconded Lisa's motion? Who seconds that? Carrie. All right. Fine. Thank you. Now, any more discussion about the restated motion?
Thank you. So this is Matt at CTA. If I can make a friendly amendment then, which is to address Anne Marie's point of however, or in addition to, if any items are to be voted, those items should be circulated at least 2 weeks in advance. So you're essentially setting a week for items that would be reported out but not voted, and 2 weeks for anything that would be voted.
Now, this is Lisa, do you mean that should be in final form, or can it be in draft form 2 weeks in advance?
It should be in final form.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I think final is right.
This is Claude. Elaine, you had a comment?
I just have a question. When you say presentations, often there's oral presentations that are not prepared statements. I'm assuming you mean anything that's written.
Right. That's why I said pre-prepared statement. So
Okay.
anybody is off the cuff. If Mark and Eric want to talk, we don't expect that.
Okay. Thank you for
Mark
that
never wants to talk.
Watch it, Hanlon. Watch it.
This is Claude. Okay. Okay. Just to make it easier on our process this afternoon, I assume that we are willing to accept Matt's friendly amendment. Any opposition? Seeing none, I think we should move forward now with Lisa's proposal as amended. Are there any final questions about the proposal or the motion as amended? If not, we will move on with the vote. As I explained after lunch, I would like to ask first if there is agreement that, to save time, if everyone would be willing to move forward with an acclamation vote as opposed to a roll call vote. So I am now asking, can we vote by acclamation on this item? Is everyone in agreement? Those in agreement, please raise your hand. Those opposed, hands down. Oh, I'm sorry. We're now addressing some logistical problems because the interpreters are always a little bit behind because they have to see my comments before they're actually spoken. So, I would like to ask you to please vote on Lisa's amendment, or Lisa's motion as amended. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Hands down. Those opposed,
please raise your hand. The record will show that we have Elaine is pointing out there is an opposition. Eddie, are you opposed to this motion?
This is Eddie. I think that there is a significant amount of pressure placed on us if documents are done very quickly, and the transition to Braille takes some time, so that's just my concern.
So, Eddie, does that mean you are in favor of having a 30-day?
Yes, I am.
Period? You certainly have a right to your opinion, so the vote by acclamation will not occur, and we will now start to my right with a roll call vote.
Susan Masrui, AT&T, in favor.
Jill Luckett, National Cable and Telecommunications Association, yes.
Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, yes.
Eric Bridges, American Council of the Blind, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry, NASRA, yes.
Marsha Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, yes.
Eddie Martinez, Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind. I'm not in favor of this motion. Zainab Al-Kebsi from the NAD, yes. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University, RERC, yes. Richard Ray, City of Los Angeles, Department on Disability, yes.
Tony Dunn, Entrado, yes.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech, Wireless RERC, yes.
Timothy Cregan, Access Board. Since this is an administrative matter, I agree with the proposal.
Juan Pipler, yes.
Paul Michaelis, Avaya, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, yes.
Anne Marie Rohalli, Telecommunications Industry Association, yes.
Joshua Pilot, National Association of Broadcasters, yes.
Sabrina Fields, TEDPA, yes.
Alex Arnold's Consumer Electronics Association, yes.
Jeff Kramer, Verizon, yes.
Lee Knife from the Digital Media Association, yes.
Everett Bacon, National Federation of the Blind, yes.
Lisa Ekman, American Association of People with Disabilities, yes.
Matt Gers with CTIA, yes.
Abe Raffy from the ARC, yes.
Hannah Thompson, Consumer, yes.
Tafad Tupola with the Association of University Center and Disability, yes.
Maggie Nygren, American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, yes.
Carrie Cook, National Back Deaf Advocates, yes.
Sam Yale, SSB Bark Group, yes.
This is Claude Stout, representing TDI, and I vote yes. And lastly, I would like to say, since we seem to be all in favor of the motion except for one, then the motion does pass. Any further new business from the floor? Yes, okay. I see that Mark has something that he would like to say, and then after that we will go to Everett. But first, Mark.
Thanks so much, Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind. Just a a quick update on the work of the Communications Subcommittee. And Susan, when I'm done, if you have additional thoughts, I'd certainly welcome them. We divided the work of the Communications Subcommittee into 3 sort of working groups. One on research that Matt Gerst helped us lead, and we put forth a recommendation that you all adopted last time. Thank you very much. On the need for research. You worked earlier today on the emerging tech work group that my co-chair, Susan Mazrui, helped to lead on emerging tech. The third work group on collaboration between and among the various federal agencies and the commission was yours truly's work group, and I didn't want to upstage anybody. That's why we didn't do anything. But in any case, we didn't do anything. But I promise you that there is absolutely a need for us to do some work, and I want to flag just a couple of issues for you. Just even in the last couple of months, there have been a number of meetings at other federal agencies, I think, that clearly have implications for the work of the FCC. At least we should certainly be aware of them. I think some of the groups around this table are certainly active in them. But as a DAC and certainly as the commission, I think there needs to be some thought put into how we can best work across federal agencies to ensure at least coordination and communication. I was really surprised, for example, at a recent meeting of the Interagency Committee on Disability and Research that was held at the Department of Education on the topic of health and information technology. There was 0 representation by the Federal Communications Commission. I expect that that's not because folks over here weren't interested, but because there was no thought, really, frankly, into the need to coordinate across federal agencies. And clearly there's an absolute need to have cross-fertilization there. Certainly the work that the Department of Justice is doing, or we certainly hope that they're doing, on updating the Americans with Disabilities Act regulations on Titles 2 and 3, particularly around equipment accessibility. There's all kinds of implications there. And finally, most recently, the Department of Health and Human Services has issued a notice of proposed rulemaking on non-discrimination on the basis of disability, among other things, in healthcare facilities and the provision of healthcare generally. This is a rule that, among many, many other things, is going to essentially apply to virtually any physician's office in this country. And that rule is clearly talking about electronic and information technology, website accessibility, and the like. I think it's very clear that there are a lot of issues that we care about that a number of federal agencies are addressing. I don't think any of us in the Communications Committee as yet know how best to position or recommend that the Commission position itself to play a leadership role in those ongoing cross-agency efforts, but we definitely need to do that. And so over the course of the next couple of months, we hope to at least engage in some discussions that may lead to a recommendation or two on how we can best do that. Susan, is that an accurate description?
Yes, I think it is. I think to some extent we were waiting for the recommendation that we passed this morning.
Correct.
To go through and build upon it. It also sounds like we have an invitation to meet with members of the FCC to discuss new and emerging technologies, which could, of course, mean the need to engage other agencies or to at least determine whether the FCC can play a leadership role as it has done within the agency and with communications technologies.
Yep.
And so I think we have an opportunity with that as well, but I'll look forward to hearing more back from that group at our next meeting.
I'd like to recognize Cheryl King.
Thank you, Claude. Cheryl King with the FCC. I will point out that due to an executive order signed in July of 2004, there is an interagency coordinating council on emergency preparedness and people with disabilities. We have been working since 2004. And we have a pretty good cross-agency communication system and commitment and interaction. And so perhaps that could be a model to look at, because we have established relationships with some contact within the other agencies, and so we have a close working relationship with the Department of Homeland Security and their agencies of FEMA, and they have a group called IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. Department of Transportation, Justice, gosh, who else? HHS, and so anyway, again, that there is something working somewhere, and maybe it could be used as a model.
Okay. I would like to make sure that I am not ignoring Everett. So if your comment is specifically relevant to the recent comments made by Mark or Cheryl, then please go ahead, Ron, but if not, Everett.
Mark, did you actually use the word cross-virtualization when talking about government agencies? I love it. But this is something I brought up at lunch, talking to a couple of the people on the commission here. And I think that working with outside agencies goes both ways. And we've had a number of issues here with FCC had been as responsive as they can be, but they can't go any further because of a jurisdiction issue. And it usually becomes a Department of Justice problem. Well, it seemed to me we should have a DOJ seat on the council. I would love to see DOJ sitting here and working with us as part of the DAC. And I think that relates to what Mark was saying, because we can cross-fertilize each other.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone have an additional comments specifically to what Mark, Ron, or Cheryl, or Susan have said? Again, those comments related to working with other agencies. Oh, someone over here?
Let me jump in and say thank you very much, by the way, to Rosalind for her hard work on the communications subcommittee and the rest of the FCC staff. Sorry.
Okay. No problem. I saw a hand raised, but I didn't just saw it on my periphery. Okay. Thank you. And this is related to the comments that were made by Ron and the. Okay. Yes.
Tafad Tupuola from, this time I'm going to say my territory, American Samoa, although I am representing with the Association of University Center in Disabilities. But it's referring to the Interagency Council with FEMA, and that had a lot to do with the emergency communication, and also the comment from Ron regarding the wide representation. And I think this is very important discussion because the U.S. territories are often neglected to be part of the discussion. And I was going to save a comment for our work group with the emergency subcommittee because this also has to do with the WIA. And my concern is for the territories is that as I was reading on the FCC website that WIA is considered voluntary for carriers, but yet it's modeled after the emergency alert system that is required to be shared to address the presidential communication on TV and radio. So where does that leave the territories regarding WIA if carriers that are not part of the major network and yet we're located geographically in close to many foreign countries, that if you're able to opt out of some of the Amber Alerts or the weather reports, but you're not able to opt out of presidential announcements during national disasters, how is it that WIA is not considered required? It's not required for carriers to have, even in the territories where we're located geographically in a very vulnerable location, to even access presidential announcements for during national disasters.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay. I thought I saw a hand raised also on my periphery, Cheryl.
This is Cheryl King of the FCC Disability Rights Office. Tafa, you raise very excellent points, and I'm looking at Matt Gerst to confirm for me that the opt-out was congressional language, so it's statutory. Yeah. So that opt-out provision is statutory, so the FCC can't change it with a regulatory action. But, you could certainly raise the issue in the subcommittee meeting this afternoon, and we may be able to brainstorm some activity to bring it to the attention of folks and associations that may be able to push that opting in a little harder, or even keep the issue raised for a congressional amendment in the future.
Okay. Susan?
Okay.
And then we are going to move on to the next topic with Everett. So, Susan.
Okay, we are actually in the public comment period. And so, is that my...
Oh, no, actually, I'm sorry, Susan. Then, if that's where we were going, I owe Everett a chance to have... He's had his hand raised for quite a while, and I promised him his opportunity. So, please, Everett.
Thank you. Sorry.
I wanted to just bring up something. I represent a nonprofit organization, and this is not a motion, but more of a request. I don't live in the D.C. area, so it definitely does cost the nonprofit organization that I represent a bit of money to send me here to be a part of that. And I realize they could choose somebody else that lives in the area and send them, and maybe they will in the future. But at this point, I'd like to make the request that the FCC, since they have made the stipulation that they would like people to be present at the meetings, that they have gone to that to make that as part of it. And the FCC has also recognized how important this group is. And I know all of us, including myself, are very honored to be a part of this DAC, that the FCC consider putting something in the budget to make sure that some kind of travel stipend is there for individuals, especially that have to travel great distances to come to these meetings. And that's my request.
Okay.
Everett, I'm really glad
Elaine?
I'm glad you raised that. This is Elaine Gardner. Yeah, because I feel very strongly about that myself. And for this meeting, unfortunately, we weren't able to, because it's a new year, we didn't have any budget for it. But I think it's terribly important, and I know that it's a huge, huge expense for a number of you, and a personal expense for several. So I continue to lobby for that, and I'm really, really glad you put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay. So we've heard from Everett. One moment, please. Okay. So you've said everything you'd like to say today, Everett,
Yes.
correct? Yes. Okay. Great. Now I would like to move on to Susan. Susan.
Okay, we will open then the public comment period. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak? And Elaine, can you assist with recognizing?
Yes, and before we begin to recognize those who are in the room, I wanted to let anybody who is viewing this remotely that they can send in questions to livequestions@fcc.gov, and we will consider the questions. Thank you. Is there anybody in the public today, in the room, who would like to ask a question? And if you could introduce yourself and then go ahead with your question. Thank you.
And FCC members and guests, my name is Dee Bano. I did appear before you during public comment during the inaugural DAC meeting in February or March. I happened to be in town in Washington, D.C. for the last couple of days, and I was able to pop on by to share some thoughts that I have with you. I am a certified broadcast captioner through the National Court Reporters Association. That means I passed a skills level test with at least 95% accuracy and 180 words per minute. And also there was a knowledge test. And unfortunately, as of January of this year...
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you. We have lost our captioning. Okay, we are back. Again, I'm sorry. Could you start again? And I hate to ask this, but could you start over, please?
Start with introducing myself again? Yes. I'm Dee Baino. I am a closed captioner from Florida. I appeared before you during the inaugural DAC meeting.
Oh, okay. It says it's
okay,
off
is this better? Can you hear me now? Okay, my name is Dee Baino. I am from Florida. Is there another microphone I can use?
Can you give her that mic?
I hear it great. Interesting.
Hello? Am I coming through now? Okay. Let me gather my thoughts again. My name is Dee Baino. I am a broadcast captioner from Florida. And good afternoon, DAC members, FCC members, and guests. I am a certified broadcast captioner through the National Court Reporters Association. Unfortunately, in January of 2016, that title of certified broadcast captioner is going away, and we are lumping everybody into one certification called Certified Real-Time Captioner. And that will mean there's some people who will have that certification who do not do broadcast captioning. And that's okay. In my opinion, that's a step backwards, because I would really like to see certification be a requirement for broadcast captioning. Now, I realize that I've asked NCRA directly, how come we don't push for certification for broadcast captioning? And the response I've gotten is the captioning companies don't want it. Now, I can understand that viewpoint, but I'm speaking here as a broadcast captioner in the trenches. You can't take any... I would imagine that most captioning companies, I'm guessing, I'm not privy to the information, but they have maybe 50% of their captioners are not certified. So with that in mind, I suggest that we should start the conversation about certification and think a little outside of the box. We can start gradually introducing the certification, requiring maybe the top 15 markets use a certified captioner on the air. Also, maybe major national programming require a certified captioner. The other thing I would like to see is that these certified captioners identify by a number at the beginning of their newscast program, put up a 3-digit number, then that way it's identifying who the captioner is behind a number. So in other words, the captioner won't be hiding behind their words, because so many times you don't know the person who's doing those words, and they know that you don't know who's doing those words. So they may be having a really bad day, or just decide, I'm not going to, I don't know. But what I'm suggesting is that the DAC, the FCC, maybe approach the NCRA and see what we can do to actually give these certifications meaning. Because also I see that a lot of captioners don't find the value in having the certification because it's not required. Why get it? Especially when captioners are being paid less and less almost every year. They don't want to pay the dues membership. Well, I'm here to say that if we do make some sort of a certification requirement, I will happily pay more money for my dues to NCRA if my certification does have meaning to it. That in turn will help NCRA, also helping the consumers and FCC as far as quality real-time captioning. And furthermore, the skills test right now, that's 180 words per minute, 5 minutes with 95% accuracy. That's at least 40 errors to pass it. Can you imagine watching a 5-minute newscast with 40-some errors and that person is certified? I suggest we take a look at something that requires 98% accuracy. Instead of it letting the companies come up with their own metrics for developing quality, because we certainly don't want 70% to be the metrics, oh, that's good captioning. We want it to be at that standard of 98%. So I would suggest talking with and right now NCRA does online testing, so it's more accessible to more people. So I wanted to get that out there. My second topic that I won't be as long about, under the quality guidelines, shows that are done in advance should be post-captioned. I've given up work because I was being asked to real-time caption a program that clearly was done months in advance, and it was accessible online, but they wouldn't tell the captioning company which program it was that was re-airing. So basically I would have to guess and then take the chance of preparing a script and pushing it through, all while being paid for real-time captioning. I've seen other captioners say, oh, it's a great day. I found the show that I'm real-time captioning online so I can prepare a script in advance. Well, great that person is willing to devote their time, unpaid time, to do that. But the next captioner that comes along who is not going to go through that effort to search online for a video that has been done in advance, they're not going to go through that effort. So that's still going on. And my message is also to the captioners out there that if you're doing that, you're really not helping the consumer. You're hurting the consumer because you're enabling the captioning company to not follow the rules, which is then allowing the broadcaster to not follow the rules. So we need to, if you're a real-time captioner and you're preparing a script or you're doing something that should really be post-captioned, or advise your captioning company. Then the captioning company should in turn advise the broadcaster. And in my experience, a half-hour program properly done with post-captions, pop-up, it takes between 3.5 to 4 hours of work to be properly done. So I guess that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you. I appreciate everyone listening to me.
Thank you for your comment. I'm wondering, and we've definitely heard what you had to say. I'm wondering if there are other comments on the live question, other questions, or other comments in the room. Nope. Okay, it does not appear that we have any further comments today. I want to first thank the FCC and the folks who not just show up for meetings and arrange all this access for all of us, but the work that's going on behind the scenes with folks like Susie and Greg and Rosaline and Elliot and everybody else that I'm forgetting about right now. You do a lot of hard work. We do appreciate the support we get. We appreciate all the folks who come on the DAC, many at their own costs, many certainly with a dedication of a great deal of time that goes beyond the single day meetings we have 4 times a year. And most of all, I appreciate the collaborative nature. I really do feel like we're all in on this as a team. We're trying to get the best end product for the public, and working collaboratively has certainly improved our output, and I appreciate all your hard work.
This is Claude. Susan said it all. She got it all right. So I want to thank everyone for their hard work. Before we forget, don't forget that some of you will be attending the 2 different subcommittee meetings that will be occurring after we close this meeting. The one is for the relay equipment distribution, and the other is the emergency communication subcommittee. What is the location, Elaine? Where are they?
Hi. This is Elaine. Both meetings are taking place in South Conference Rooms, which are our large conference rooms here. The emergency subcommittee meeting is taking place in the first floor South Conference Room. The Relay Subcommittee meeting is taking place on the third floor conference room.
Okay.
You both for both meetings, you're going to need to have escorts to the conference rooms. So what I would suggest is that those of you who are attending the Relay Subcommittee meeting, please gather in by the door on my right, the right as you're leaving this, near the snack table. Yes, Dr. Mitchell?
I'm sorry, wouldn't it just be easier for us to stay in this room and one group meet on that end and another group meet on that end?
That's
instead of having
fine.
to go
That's
through
great.
escorting?
That's great. So those of you who are going to the Relay...
No, actually, if I could interrupt, this is Greg, with phones and Susie saying we can't meet here. That's the question, right? She wants to meet here?
Question whether we can meet here?
You want to have the meeting here in this room?
No.
Unfortunately, that's
No,
not going to
can't do
work
that.
because we have calls coming in remotely. So
Right. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So those of you who are going to the Relay Subcommittee meeting, go to my right. Those of you who are going to the Emergency Subcommittee meeting, go to my left. And we will have people to escort you to the appropriate rooms. Thanks so much.
This is Greg Leibach. Some of you may have a sweet tooth like myself. Before you go to the meeting, we've got plenty of leftover CVAA cake. So please get your last taste of the leftover cake. We've got plenty left over. We ordered 2 full sheet cakes, so we've got plenty. So please help yourselves. This is Claude. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned, and we will see everyone on February the 23rd.